On the morning of June 17th, 2021, the good people of Minneapolis, Minnesota, awoke to a series of grisly discoveries. Scattered across the northeastern neighborhood of St. Anthony West were a number of partially stuffed trash bags. They were found on sidewalks, on front lawns, in driveways, and on park benches, and they quickly became the subject of equal parts irritation and curiosity. One by one, calls began to trickle in to the city's emergency dispatchers as concerned citizens started to investigate the trash bags and uncover their contents. To the horror of the curious, they discovered that each of the bags contained the butchered pieces of a human being. Within the hour, Minneapolis Emergency Services received another grim phone call. A member of the public reported that pieces of a human leg had been scattered outside the city's Ukrainian-American community center. It became quite clear that whoever was responsible wanted all of these pieces to be found. And yet, as the day went on, it also became evident that one significant part of the body was missing: the head. Less than a week later, as the Minneapolis Police Department continued to puzzle over the victim's identity, an early morning jogger made yet another horrifying discovery. Just before 6:45 a.m., the jogger was making their way down a paved trail on the bank of the Mississippi River when they spotted something resting on a park bench. At a distance, it wasn't clear what the object was, but upon closer inspection, they realized that it was a frozen human head, one with the letters P-E-R-V carved into the cold flesh of its forehead. A clear message, if ever there was one. Forensic investigators quickly determined that the head was the missing piece of the dismembered body found scattered throughout St. Anthony West, and that prior to being left on the bench, it had been kept in a freezer. With facial and dental recognition now available, law enforcement discovered that the victim was a 36-year-old man named Adam Johnson. Adam was unemployed, had a history of mental illness and substance abuse, and was of no fixed address at the time he perished. He was clearly a troubled man, but saying that, he was well liked in the community and seemed determined to better himself. Adam had apparently tried to check into a wellness center just a few days before his untimely end, and toxicology reports showed that he was clean at the time his life was taken. It seems he was denied a place at whatever rehab centers he applied for, most likely due to overcrowding. By October 2021, the investigation into Adam's slaying had so badly stagnated that the Minneapolis Police Department sought the assistance of the FBI. Investigators worked silently, paying no credence to the rumors that swirled in the local newspapers. Rumors of organized crime being involved in some way. Despite their best efforts, FBI agents seemed to make little progress in unmasking the man responsible. But although the identity of the killer still remains a mystery to this very day, Adam's past history may well reveal a clue as to their motive. In 2008, Adam was convicted of, quote, malicious punishment of a child. Minnesota law defines that as cruel, excessive discipline inflicted upon a minor, and those found guilty can expect up to 10 years imprisonment and a fine of $20,000. That sounds deplorable, and it certainly is, but it's important to note that the crime's restricted to acts of corporal punishment, and is distinct from any other type of nefarious activity involving minors. However, it's possible that some overzealous vigilante mistook what malicious punishment means, and, believing that Adam had actually done something worse to a kid, decided to deal out some capital justice with a capital P-E-R-V. That's one theory. Another is that this was all a case of mistaken identity. You see, another man, who also happened to be named Adam Johnson, was born in the English port city of Sunderland on July 14th, 1987, making him roughly the same age as his American counterpart. The two men also shared a passing resemblance. And much like Adam from Minnesota, Adam from the UK also had a run-in with the law involving the treatment of children. Only, instead of just giving them a hard slap, UK Adam had engaged in far more sinister activities. At the time, this UK Adam was a fairly successful pro footballer whose career was going from strength to strength. After spells at Middlesbrough and Manchester City, British Adam signed for his boyhood club, Sunderland AFC, for a fee of £10 million. In December of 2014, UK Adam began a series of online communications with a 15-year-old female fan. A month later, he arranged to meet up with her in a secluded car park. Adam gave the girl 2 signed football jerseys, and the pair parted without any further incident. To any observers, the interaction might have appeared odd, but maybe innocent. In reality, this meeting served as a dry run for a second rendezvous, one where Adam would unveil far more unsavory intentions. Just under 2 weeks after their initial meeting, UK Adam and the girl met yet again in the same secluded spot. It was then that he coerced the girl into performing some deeply inappropriate, intimate acts. A month later, he was arrested by Durham police and was officially charged on April 23rd. At his trial, he pled guilty and was sentenced to 6 years behind bars. A light sentence, but it gets worse. He was actually released in March of 2019 after completing just half of that time. Although they lived almost 4,000 miles apart, someone may have met Minnesotan Adam Johnson, quickly Google searched his name, saw the news headlines along with the photos that resembled him, and, blinded by a desire for real justice, they took his life and butchered him before exhibiting their handiwork to as wide an audience as possible. That might sound far-fetched, but as we've come to hear on this channel, far stranger things have happened. Then again, perhaps Minnesota Adam had simply messed up with the wrong person at the wrong time. As mentioned, he suffered from mental illness, and had been in and out of jail for numerous issues related to it. For instance, he had been arrested for hurling feces at transit workers during a psychological episode. He had battled with his issues for a long time, and had been working hard to get better. In the words of his former partner, Jojo, "When he's doing fantastic and doing great, he's a wonderful person. And when he struggles, he really struggles. It does and has ended up in trouble." With that in mind, could Adam have ended up in trouble with a truly disturbed person? The type of person capable of slicing a man into pieces and scattering him across town. The type of person willing to store their victim's head in their freezer for a week. Perhaps. Speculation aside, the fact remains that we'll never truly know what happened to Minnesotan Adam until whoever took his life is caught. And at present, the state of the investigation is far from promising. His family have complained that the Minneapolis Police Department have shown little interest in finding his killer, and that a lack of coordination between state and federal authorities has resulted in a complete collapse of the investigation. All they have left is unanswered questions. "I drive myself crazy thinking about how it happened," said Jojo. "But that's something that I have to think about, because this is our reality. This was somebody who knew him. They knew what they were doing, and they knew how to do it." It's chilling to hear someone speak of Adam's death in such a way, especially someone so close to him. Adam's past history is a matter of public record. Anyone can look it up, and it's almost certain that his slayer did too. After all, what else could have motivated them to carve the letters P-E-R-V into his head? A head which they then displayed on a public bench, as if they were proud of themselves, as if they had done society a service.
27-year-old Jody Huisentruit had a bright future in TV news. But on June 27, 1995, the hopes and dreams of the hometown TV anchor mysteriously faded to black.
Then that's more tragic. There's a lot to think about here.
Yeah.
I really should see the straight out and say, don't want to
Jody Huisentruit was born on June 5th, 1968, in the small town of Long Prairie, Minnesota, the youngest daughter of Maurice and Imogen Huisentruit. In high school, Jody was an excellent golfer, winning back-to-back state tournaments in 1985 and 1986. Following her graduation, she went on to study mass communications and speech communication at Minnesota's St. Cloud State University. After securing her degree, Jodi briefly worked for Northwest Airlines, but soon began a broadcasting career with a CBS affiliate in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. After a brief spell as the station's bureau chief, Jodi began working for Mason City's CBS affiliate, and by June of 1995, she was happy, successful, and well on her way to bigger and better things. Yet, shortly after a golf tournament in late June of 1995, Jodi seemed to drop off the face of the earth, and what followed has resulted in a deep and enduring mystery. Jodi was expected to arrive at work around 4 a.m. on Tuesday, June 27th, but after she failed to show up, producer Amy Coons decided to call her at home. After an extended ring, Jodi picked up the phone and apologized to Amy before explaining that she had simply overslept. Before hanging up, Jodi assured her producer that she was just about to leave home and that she'd arrive at the TV station as soon as possible for her 6 a.m. show. When Amy had to fill in for Jodi's 6 a.m. morning show, people began to worry. And when 7 a.m. came and went, staff at KIMT contacted the Mason City Police Department and asked them to check up on her. When a pair of police officers arrived at Jodi's apartment building, they found that her red Mazda Miata was still in the parking lot. On the ground next to her car were some of Jodi's personal effects, including her purse, some makeup, one of her red high heels, her hairdryer, and her car key. There was evidence that some kind of struggle had occurred, such as a drag mark near her vehicle. The thick steel of Jodi's car key had also been bent. That not only suggested that someone had rushed her while she was opening or starting her car, but that her attacker was extremely strong. An unidentified palm print present on Jodi's car was believed to belong to whoever that individual was. Detectives questioned Jodi's neighbors regarding her disappearance. 3 of them reported hearing screams coming from the car park around the time that Jodi went missing, but none of them bothered to call the authorities. Another neighbor recalled seeing a suspicious white van in the building's parking lot shortly before Jodi vanished, with its lights on and its engine running. Sadly, this vehicle has never been positively traced. Jodi's co-workers suggested that an obsessed fan may have been responsible for taking her. 9 months prior, Jodi confided in them that a black van had been following her while she was out jogging. A pattern of false leads and dead ends repeated itself throughout the investigation, until, finally, the authorities announced that they were diverting resources away from Jodi's case. Frustrated by that announcement, her family opted to hire a private investigation team in September of 1995. They enlisted the services of the nationally renowned McCarthy & Associates Investigation Services, who flew Jodi's family out to Los Angeles to meet with 3 prominent psychics. This meeting was filmed in front of a live studio audience and served as the pilot for a TV show titled Psychic Detectives. Unsurprisingly, none of the so-called psychics helped advance the investigation. As such, Jodi's parents commissioned a large-scale, intensive search of Cerro Gordo County in May of 1996, one which involved over 100 search and rescue personnel. The teams worked hard to uncover clues, making use of cutting-edge tracking and surveillance techniques. Sadly, no promising evidence was recovered. In June of 2008, 13 years after she had gone missing, photocopies of the 84 pages of Jodi's personal journal were anonymously mailed to a local newspaper. The original journal had been in the possession of law enforcement since the investigation began, so obviously someone within the police department had leaked them. Within days, they discovered that the sender was the wife of the former Mason City police chief, who had taken a copy of the journal home when he left office. Police gave no motive as to why the woman had mailed photocopies of the journal to the newspaper, and she has since declined to state her reasons. We can only speculate as to whether the journal contained any significant information which she wanted revealed to the public, or if she simply wanted to revive the investigation.
We're all praying and hoping that she's okay, and we just have to keep praying and keep hoping.
we know about John Van Sice?
In 1994, he was divorced. After the divorce, John moved to Mason City. His address was the Key Apartments. He and Jody were neighbors.
Became good friends.
I think she was spending more time with John than she was with really anyone.
In March of 2017, a search warrant was brought against a man named John Van Sice, who was apparently the last person to see Jody alive. He'd visited her apartment the night before she disappeared, where the pair reportedly watched a videotape of Jody's 27th birthday party together. Jody and John were close, with John himself stating, quote, "Jody was like a daughter to me. She was just like my own child." Some theorize that John may have stayed the night at Jody's, hence why she was running late for work the day she went missing. Police later seized GPS devices from 2 of John's vehicles, but have remained tight-lipped ever since. Another person of interest in the case is Tony Jackson, a convicted raper who was living just 2 blocks away from Jody's workplace when she vanished. A former cellmate of his would later state that Tony had written rap lyrics indicating he was the culprit, and that Jody was buried near a farm silo in Tiffin, Iowa. That being said, no forensic evidence has ever linked Tony Jackson to the case. It's been 27 years since that fateful day in 1995, meaning that Jody Huisentruit has been missing for as many years as she was alive. Despite being declared legally dead in 2001, Minnesota TV journalists Josh Benson and Gary Peterson created the website findjody.com in 2003. The goal of the website is to keep the search for Jody active, and recently, Josh and Gary launched a podcast in hopes of gaining a new audience with which to share information and generate new leads. There might be little hope for bringing Jody home alive and well, but there's still plenty to suggest that her killer could face justice sooner rather than later. Back in August of 2006, 79-year-old fire spotter Stephanie Stewart was stationed up at the Athabasca Fire Lookout Point in the Canadian province of Alberta. There are many such lookout points in the province, and each plays a crucial role in the prevention of destructive forest fires. The Athabasca Lookout is perhaps one of the more significant stations, as it overlooks the wildfire-plagued Tonkin Valley. If any flames were to get out of control in Tonkin, the nearby town of Hinton would be in serious danger, hence why Stephanie's job was so important. Generally speaking, the lookout points are inhabited by a single, solitary scout, who lives out in the woods full-time from late spring until early autumn. It makes for a grueling task, fit only for the most mentally and physically capable. Yet despite her age, Stephanie was a hardened outdoorswoman. She was healthy and adventurous, having cycled solo across Canada and climbing Mount Kilimanjaro in her 60s. She was also a veteran of the lookout point, and had been volunteering to serve up there for the past 13 years. It was a tough job, but Stephanie adored it, saying it gave her time to indulge in her 2 favorite pastimes, reading and gardening. She was a diligent worker, who called into head office 3 times a day to make her reports. So, when Stephanie failed to call in the morning weather report on August 26th, those who knew her were gravely concerned. She had last been heard from at 9 p.m. the previous evening, when she chatted on the phone to a family member. A handful of rangers were sent to do a welfare check on her. What they found was deeply unsettling. When the rangers entered Stephanie's small cabin, they discovered the place was completely deserted. A pot of water sat simmering on the stove, meaning Stephanie hadn't been gone for very long. And since her grey pickup truck was still parked outside, she could have only departed on foot. The rangers initially found those signs encouraging. But just moments later, when they discovered spots of blood on the stairs of the cabin's porch, they began to fear the worst. There was enough blood to suggest that the woman was no longer alive. Following an intensive search of the cabin, it was discovered that 2 pillows, a bedsheet, a comforter, and a gold watch had been taken. But while robbery remained an obvious motive, investigators decided to dig deeper. A Fish and Game Conservation Officer was consulted regarding the possibility that Stephanie had fallen victim to some kind of animal attack. Yet, following an intensive analysis of the area, no animal hair, prints, or scat were found, and they were forced to rule the possibility out. It was announced that Stephanie had most likely been forcibly taken by someone and killed. The general search effort would continue, but the prognosis was a grim one. At one point, the police raised the possibility that a man named Travis Vader was the one to blame for Stephanie's disappearance. Vader had previous convictions for arson, theft, and weapons charges, and was later sentenced to life in 2010 for taking the lives of Lyle and Marie McCann, a couple in their 70s who disappeared during a camping trip in British Columbia. Vader slaughtered the McCanns following a chance encounter with them west of Edmonton. After disposing of their bodies in some nearby woods, he set their RV alight and went on the run. Vader had not only committed similar crimes before, but he was actually in the region of the Athabasca Fire lookout point when Stephanie went missing. Yet despite the circumstantial evidence, no concrete connection has ever been established between Vader and Stephanie's case, and he's yet to be formally charged. Vader has continually denied any involvement in Stephanie's disappearance. Although the continued search effort kept hopes alive, the search teams were faced with a number of problems. Hinton is surrounded by wilderness, with dense forest and steep hillsides extending for almost hundreds of miles in every direction. There's not a single other town within 80 kilometers of the place. Which raised the question, if Stephanie was taken, where exactly did her captor take her to? The search quickly expanded from the area surrounding the lookout point to one of the largest foot searches in the province's history, and was joined by specialized aircraft which scoured over 7,500 square kilometers for any sign of the missing woman. This gargantuan effort persisted until late October, when winter conditions forced the search teams to temporarily abandon their mission. The following summer, the search resumed, but sadly, no trace of Stephanie was ever found. In the years that have followed this terrifying and mysterious disappearance, Alberta's Fire Lookout Organization implemented a number of safety procedures, each designed to prevent such an incident reoccurring. These days, all potential lookouts undergo a brief but intensive course in self-defense and enjoy a number of advanced safety features at all of their sites. These include better fencing, more lighting, and panic buttons to summon aid as quickly as possible. Sadly, these changes will never bring Stephanie Stewart back, and by the looks of it, neither will the efforts of missing persons investigators. Despite the use of improved DNA analysis and additional widespread searches of the area, authorities are no closer to solving Stephanie's disappearance than they were back in 2006. Whoever took Stephanie had no means of transporting her body except on foot. No other vehicle tracks were ever found near the tower, and her own vehicle remained untouched. That means that unless the search teams overlooked something during their long and intensive search, Stephanie's captor carried her, dead or alive, for hundreds of miles before disposing of her. The thought of Stephanie's killer possessing such strength and stamina is truly frightening, and leaves us wondering if there's more to this story than meets the eye. Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. I'd like Today's video is sponsored by Kamikoto Knives. Kamikoto make these high-quality kitchen knives, crafted from real Japanese steel, using traditional techniques that date back to the Edo period, giving them a distinct look and feel. With their super sharp, single bevel edges, they're some of the best tools on the market, used by Michelin star chefs around the world. Specialized and perfectly weighted, they make even a novice home cook like myself feel more confident in the kitchen. Each blade goes through a rigorous 19-step process that takes several years to complete, after which they're all individually inspected to make sure they meet Kamikoto's high standards. To prove just how much Kamikoto believes in their products, all of their knives come with a lifetime guarantee. The blades themselves come in this gorgeous, heavy-duty, ashwood storage box, which complements the authenticity of the knives inside and makes for an amazing Christmas gift. Right now, Kamikoto is running a massive Black Friday sale and is offering my viewers an additional $50 off any purchase. Simply head over to kamikoto.com/lazym, enter my discount code LAZYM, and take advantage of those huge savings today. Again, that's kamikoto.com/lazym, or click the link in the description. Use my discount code LAZYM and grab your set today. Let's start things off with a region-lock mystery, one that'll no doubt make your skin crawl. The Inokashira Park Dismemberment Incident. On the morning of April 23rd, 1994, a janitorial worker at Inokashira Park, Tokyo, was busy emptying trash cans when she made a truly horrific discovery. As she opened up one of the bins, she noticed a trash bag which looked to contain some thrown-out fish. The park was home to a lot of stray cats at the time, and so the cleaner decided to remove the old fish and let the felines have their fill. But there was just one problem. The bag had been tied with a thick knot, one so strong that she couldn't open it by hand. As such, she took a bamboo skewer and tore the bag open, and was immediately hit by a terrible and unfamiliar odor, a stench far more stomach-churning than mere rotten fish. On the verge of being sick, the cleaner's curiosity got the better of her. She had to see what type of waste could produce such a foul smell. She peered inside the open bag, only to be greeted by the sight of a human ankle resting atop a mound of other flesh. Upon further inspection, she found 2 hands, 2 feet, a right shoulder, a part of the upper torso with the ribs still attached, and several other pieces of a human body inside. Investigators arrived to examine the contents of the park's trash cans. In total, they found 14 separate plastic bags containing 27 human chunks, spread out in trash cans across the park over a distance of about 1.6 kilometers. Those pieces made up about 1/3 of a male body. All of the pieces had been placed in smaller, perforated draining sacks before being bagged up. A knot commonly used by both fishermen and medical staff had been used to tie off the top of each bag. Seeing how his head was unaccounted for, identifying the victim took time. A job made harder by the fact that whoever had left his body in the bins had taken the time to slice off his fingertips with a razor blade and scratch his palms. The authorities managed to ID him 3 days later via a DNA test and leftovers of a dermal palm print. His name was Seiichi Kawamura, a first-class architect who worked at a major firm and who lived extremely close to the park, just north of Inokashira Pond. As well as his head, almost all of his torso was also missing. To this day, neither his head nor torso have ever been found. The rest of Seiichi's body had been sliced into neat 20-centimeter pieces using an ordinary handsaw and a paring knife. The muscle had been carefully cut away, and the authorities believe that the butcher must have had extensive medical training and was, most likely, a doctor or surgeon. After being cut, the chunks had been methodically washed and exsanguinated. According to one Professor Sato, the man in charge of the autopsy, literally not a single drop of blood remained. The remains showed no signs of having been battered, and there was no evidence of poisoning. But the most disturbing thing that Professor Sato found were slight traces of internal bleeding in the muscle. That strongly suggested that Seiichi had been cut up whilst he was still alive. So, how had a successful and unassuming man come to meet with such a terrible fate? Well, here's what we know. On April 21st, 2 days before his remains were found, Seiichi had gone to a drinking party with a number of colleagues near Takadanobaba Station, celebrating his recent promotion. There, Seiichi sang karaoke and drank peacefully. After the festivities, he caught a train with 2 colleagues to Kichijoji Station. There, they parted ways, and Seiichi began walking back to his apartment alone, taking a different route than he usually did. At around 11:30 p.m. that night, witnesses believe that they saw Seiichi arguing with 2 men outside a department store. On the afternoon of April 22nd, Seiichi's pregnant wife filed a missing persons report when her husband, who never stayed out overnight, failed to return home. At approximately 4 a.m. on April 23rd, 2 still unidentified men were reportedly seen entering the park, carrying with them a number of plastic bags. At 11 a.m. that day, the custodian came upon Seiichi's remains. Detectives found coming up with a motive for the slaying extremely difficult. After all, Seiichi had a good reputation and had no known enemies to speak of. Rumors involving cults and criminal syndicates began to spread like wildfire, as did the theory that Seiichi had fallen victim to human organ harvesters, with his missing head and torso being sold to the highest bidder. Whatever their motive, there were almost certainly multiple perpetrators involved. In Professor Sato's words, "When I saw how the remains had been handled and packed, I immediately realized that this couldn't have been done alone. An image of at least 4 people working in an assembly line comes to mind, one of whom is solemnly cutting the body into determined lengths with a handsaw. Another is adjusting each piece's size. One of them's washing them in water, and a final person is carefully packing them one by one into plastic bags. I get the feeling that this was all carried out calmly in a place that had been prepared beforehand. I think they were people who belonged to a radical cult that was subjected to strong mind control. And that's because any normal human being would experience nausea, headaches, and the urge to run away while cutting up their fellow man. These people didn't." The final theory that the authorities considered was that this was a case of mistaken identity. A young street vendor, referred to in the media only as Mr. A, was staying near the park at the time and was said to strongly resemble Seiichi. In fact, he was reportedly such a doppelganger that some of Seiichi's colleagues had approached Mr. A prior to the incident, mistaking him for their co-worker. There's very little information about this Mr. A online, but from what I can find, he was said to have, quote, accidentally interfered with the activities of a certain country's intelligence agency. According to this Mr. A, he had noticed a group of Korean street vendors opening stalls without permits next to his legitimate business. Believing that they were encroaching on his territory, he sabotaged their stalls and employed a couple of heavies to scare them off. But as Mr. A would supposedly come to learn, those Korean street vendors were actually undercover North Korean agents, and he had just gotten in the way of their task. He claims to have spent the next few weeks on the run, moving from hotel to hotel, constantly being tracked by the agents, only to end up near Inokashira Park. When he saw Seiichi's picture in the news, he knew that he was the intended target, and that the operatives had mistaken the architect for him. It remains unclear whether Mr. A was telling the truth, or if he had simply concocted an elaborate fiction for his own amusement. Since so little information exists online about Mr. A, I'm tempted to say it's the latter. But, as you'll hear in the next entry, North Korean agents meddling in the lives of Japanese citizens is far from unheard of. despite all of Seiichi's friends and acquaintances being extensively interviewed and his apartment thoroughly searched, no further clues presented themselves. In March of 1995, the infamous sarin gas incident on the Tokyo subway led to many detectives being reassigned, and unfortunately, Seiichi's case fell to the wayside. To this day, his slayers remain unidentified. Seeing how the statute of limitations ran out on this case back in 2009, that seems unlikely to change. The law concerning Japan's statute of limitations for murder was abolished in 2010, but that only applies to slayings that occurred in 1995 and thereafter. Since Seiichi's case occurred in 1994, his family will never see justice for what happened to him, even if his slayers were to come forward and openly admit to what they did. But whether they come forward or not, there are almost certainly multiple people out there, somewhere in Japan, walking through its bustling streets and arterial alleyways, with the knowledge of what it's like to chop a man up alive in their heads. And everyone who passes them, everyone they talk with, has no idea what they have done. This next one has to be one of the most widely discussed and well-known cases in Japanese history, though for whatever reason, very few people are familiar with it in the West. I'm talking about the disappearance of Megumi Yokota. Megumi was by all accounts a bright and kind-hearted girl who was born and raised in a seaside village in Niigata Prefecture. On the evening of November 15th, 1977, the then 13-year-old departed from school and walked along the coastline back to her home. But she would never make it there. At some point between her school and her home, she disappeared entirely. For 2 decades, her family had no idea what became of their beloved Megumi. Who had taken her? What had they done with her? And why? Was she still alive? Now you may be thinking the answer to that last question is an emphatic no, but you'd be wrong. In reality, the Japanese government had long been aware that Megumi was alive. They even knew exactly where she was. But in the interest of national security and international relations, they had kept that information top secret, even from Megumi's own relatives. You see, Megumi hadn't been taken prisoner by some opportunistic madman, nor had she been human trafficked and sold to the highest bidder. She was actually in the DPRK, otherwise known as North Korea. In January of 1997, nearly 20 years after she had vanished, Tatsukichi Hyomoto, a secretary to Atsushi Hashimoto, phoned up Megumi's parents and informed them about their daughter's true fate. During her journey home from school that cold winter's evening in 1977, the young schoolgirl had inadvertently witnessed the activities of rogue Korean agents carrying out a secret operation in Japan. One of those agents is believed to have been the infamous Shin Kwang-soo, a man responsible for capturing several other Japanese nationals in the 70s and 80s. In order to silence Megumi, Kwang-soo and his team dragged her on board their boat and sailed her straight back to the Democratic People's Republic. Once there, she was placed in a facility in Pyongyang along with other foreign captives from South Korea. There, she was taught the Korean language. As she got older, Megumi was assigned to a university where she was forced to teach North Korean spies the customs and language of Japan so that they might better infiltrate her homeland. The North Koreans themselves initially denied that they had taken Megumi. In 2002, however, they changed their tune, admitting that they had indeed captured her back in 1977. Now, for obvious reasons, the details surrounding Megumi's life are shrouded in mystery. But here's what we do know. In 1986, Megumi married a fellow captive from South Korea, whom she met and grew up with in the aforementioned facility in Pyongyang, one Kim Young-nam. In 1987, the couple had a daughter together, whom they named Kim Young-gong. The two would reportedly separate, and, according to the Kim regime, Megumi would go on to end her own life in 1994. To prove this, they shipped Megumi's cremated remains back to Japan. The Japanese government performed a DNA test on the ashes, which quickly proved that they didn't belong to Megumi Yokota, and that the DPRK were still lying. Thus, in the eyes of most Japanese people, Megumi was, and is, still alive and living in North Korea. However, it would come to light that that DNA test had been carried out by a junior facility member, Tomio Yoshi, a man who had no experience with cremation analysis. An independent inquiry by the British scientific journal Nature revealed that the specimens may have been contaminated and that the DNA results were actually inconclusive. In their words, quote, "Japan is right to doubt North Korea's every statement, but its interpretation of the DNA tests has crossed the boundary of science's freedom from political interference." Nature's interview with the scientists who carried out the tests raised the possibility that the remains were contaminated, making the DNA tests inconclusive. This suggestion is uncomfortable for a Japanese government that wants to have North Korea seen as unambiguously fraudulent. The inescapable fact is that the bones may have been contaminated. It's also entirely possible that North Korea is lying, but the DNA tests that Japan is counting on won't resolve the issue. The problem's not in the science, but in the fact that the government is meddling in scientific matters. Science runs on the premise that experiments, and all the uncertainty involved in them, should be open for scrutiny. Dealing with North Korea is no fun, but it doesn't justify breaking the rules of separation between science and politics. Over the years, several photographs of Megumi have been collected and released, showing her in her adult life. The problem is, they all remain undated, so we don't know whether they're pre- or post-1994, and thus, we don't know if they contradict the DPRK's version of events or not. Is Megumi Yokota still alive, or did she really perish back in '94? As mentioned, most Japanese people strongly believe that she is still being held captive there, and to this day, many people actively campaign for her safe return. But the real, honest answer is, we don't know. In 2014, Megumi's parents got the chance to meet their granddaughter, Yoon-gong, and their great-granddaughter for the first time at a secret meeting in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. This was said to be a goodwill gesture by the North Koreans, though obviously, many believe that such meetings are only ever used to further Pyongyang's own agenda. In fact, it's believed that Yoon-gong has been placed under the direct supervision of Kim Jong-un's own sister, and that the Kim dynasty plans to use her as a bargaining chip in future negotiations. No new information regarding Megumi was revealed during the Mongolian meeting. If she is still alive, she'd be 58 years old today, and would have spent more than 3/4 of her life in North Korea. Known in Japan as the Niigata girl confinement incident, the story of Fusako Sano is as unsettling as it is infuriating. Fusako Sano was just 9 years old when she suddenly and mysteriously disappeared while on her way home from a school baseball match. When she failed to return home that evening, her parents contacted the local authorities, and a large-scale search of her coastal hometown, Sanjo, quickly began. When no trace of the schoolgirl was found, the investigators started to consider the very real possibility that Fusako had been captured by foreign agents and taken to North Korea. As we've just heard with Megumi Yokota, that theory wasn't as far-fetched as some may think. Then again, what would the North Korean government want with an innocent 9-year-old from a small town in Niigata? Fusako wasn't from a rich or powerful family. She was just an ordinary child, living an ordinary life, with no ties to Korea whatsoever. Well, much like Megumi Yokota before her, Fusako may have inadvertently witnessed some Korean agent activities while on her way home from school, and was then taken back to the rogue nation against her will. Detectives toyed with that possibility for the 9 years and 2 months that Fusako was missing. But the truth, as it would turn out, was far less James Bond, and far more Silence of the Lambs. She had actually been captured by an unemployed 28-year-old man named Nobuyuki Sato. As Fusako walked alone down Sanjo's quiet streets, Nobuyuki drove up beside her, forced her into his vehicle, and took her back to his apartment in the residential area of Kashiwazaki, 55 kilometers from where she had been taken, and just 200 meters from a police station. Despite rescue being so close at hand, Fusako would spend 9 long years inside that very apartment. For the first few months, Nobuyuki kept her tied up and used a stun gun to punish her for minor infractions. Say, if she forgot to record the horse racing on TV when he had asked her to. She would sometimes stun herself intentionally to desensitize herself to the device's sting. Anytime Fusako didn't answer to Nobuyuki, or tried to escape or leave her bed, she was beaten. In fact, Nobuyuki occasionally practiced his martial arts on her. He fed her just 1 meal a day, cooked and prepared by his mother, who lived in the apartment directly below them. He made Fusako wear his clothes, and if they didn't fit, he would steal clothes for her. But he never paid for women's clothes, as not to draw suspicion. The entire time she was in the apartment, Fusako was only allowed to take a bath once. Ironically, since Nobuyuki didn't like to touch dirty things, he avoided the bathroom entirely. Instead, he placed a bag in the upstairs hallway outside his room for them both to use as the toilet. The only person Fusako interacted with for all of those years was Nobuyuki. Since he kept the windows blacked out, she wasn't even able to see other human beings on the street below her or feel the sun on her skin. As for entertainment, Fusako could only listen to the radio and was only allowed to watch television during her final year of imprisonment. It wouldn't be until January in the year 2000, when Fusako was 19 years old, that her ordeal finally came to an end. Nobuyuki's mother contacted the public health center and told them that her son had been acting erratically. She wanted someone to come and assess his mental well-being. Officials came to visit him on the 28th of that month, but during their assessment, Nobuyuki became aggressive, prompting the officials to call the police. Officers from the station, located just 200 meters outside the apartment, came to restrain Nobuyuki outside the building. As they did so, Fusako walked down the stairs, went up to one of the officers, and identified herself, reportedly saying, "My name is Fusako Sano. For 9 years, I haven't taken a step out of this house. Today, I've come out for the first time." Having not been able to exercise or bask in the sun for the entirety of her teenage years, Fusako was, of course, extremely thin, weak and pale-looking, and suffered from jaundice. Physically speaking, she appeared 19, but she still had a very childlike mind due to a lack of socialization and education. Upon her release, she was immediately taken to her mother's house, though at first, her family didn't recognize her. As it would turn out, Nobuyuki never kept his apartment door locked. Fusako could have snuck out at any opportune time. But, in her own words, she was simply too scared to escape, and eventually lost the will to do so. Not to mention, due to a lack of nutrition, her hands and feet had withered, making it extremely difficult for her to walk or even move on her own. After his arrest, Nobuyuki, then 37 years old, was hospitalized for being mentally unstable. 2 weeks later, he was formally charged with a slew of offenses, and subsequently admitted to all of the main charges against him. He was sentenced to 14 years behind bars, and was released in April 2015. 2 years later, he was found dead, alone inside his apartment in Chiba City. As for Nobuyuki's mother, who lived in the downstairs apartment, she never faced any charges, though the police strongly suspect that she knew Fusako was being held captive in the apartment above her. She herself claimed that her son never allowed her inside his home, and that she never heard so much as a peep from the girl living above her for 9 years. The authorities, on the other hand, allege that she had secretly been buying feminine hygiene products for her son's prisoner, and must have known that she was cooking for 3 people instead of 2. To this day, Nobuyuki's mother maintains her innocence. As for Fusako, she now lives and helps out at her family's rice paddy. Over time, her mental and physical well-being has improved, though she reportedly lives a mostly solitary life and still struggles in social situations. In 2007, her father took her out to a park for a fun day out, but he ended up drowning in a pond in front of her, adding to the tragedy of Fusako's life. Hey guys, Lazy here, and thank you very much for listening. Today's video is sponsored by Under Lucky Stars. Under Lucky Stars make these gorgeous, personalized star maps, showing the unique alignment of the stars in a place and time chosen by you. Their maps are the perfect gift for immortalizing an important moment in your life. My wife and I got this one to celebrate our UK wedding date. It's a really romantic centerpiece, a nice physical reminder of such a special day in our lives. Under Lucky Stars provides a personalized gift experience, allowing you to choose from over 15 different map designs and 6 beautiful frames. Simply enter the date, location, and time of your special memory, and Under Lucky Stars will render the constellations and star patterns that were above you at that exact moment. The results for your unique search are independently verified by NASA astrophysicists, ensuring that your map is completely accurate. Under Lucky Stars have also committed to keeping our skies clear and helping limit space litter, supporting the International Dark Sky Association. So with Christmas fast approaching, why not surprise your nearest and dearest with a personalized star map? Right now, Under Lucky Stars are running a massive Black Friday sale, plus they're offering my viewers an exclusive 10% discount on any order. Go to underluckystars.com/lazym and use my promo code LAZYM and get your star map today. Link in the description. Several years ago, I covered a Jane Doe mystery with potential Hollywood links. I am, of course, talking about the Lady of the Dunes. To recap, on July 26, 1974, a 12-year-old girl and her parents were walking their dog through the sandy Race Point Dunes of Cape Cod, Massachusetts, when they made a terrible discovery. As their dog wandered off the main trail, the young girl followed it, and in doing so, stumbled upon the half-rotten body of a woman. Needless to say, the family immediately rushed to summon a park ranger. It was estimated that this dead woman was between 25 and 40 years old. Given her state of decomposition and the amount of insect activity, pathologists believe that she had been dead for several weeks. Though seeing how she had been found just off the main road, it's possible, even probable, that she had been kept at a different location for most of that time before being placed on the dunes. The scene itself was a grisly one. The woman was lying face down atop a beach blanket and almost appeared to be sunbathing. She wasn't wearing any clothes, though her head was resting atop a pair of neatly folded Wrangler jeans, as well as a blue bandana. Her head itself had almost been sliced clean off and was hanging on by a mere thread, though experts believe that her life had actually been ended via a strong blow to the skull. The left side of her cranium had been crushed. There weren't any signs of a struggle, suggesting that the victim either knew her killer or was asleep when her head was bludgeoned. Disturbingly, both of her hands had been hacked off. Despite a thorough search of the area, investigators were never able to find either appendage. They had likely been removed and taken by her killer to prevent the authorities from identifying her. Several of her teeth had also been removed, likely for the same reason. This was, of course, before the days of DNA testing, and so with no prints or dental records to work with, figuring out who this handless and near-headless woman was going to be a monumental task. With no name to work with, the detectives dubbed her the Lady of the Dunes. For nearly 5 decades, investigators did their utmost to give the Jane Doe back her real name. They combed through thousands of missing person reports, though none of them were a match. They went from neighborhood to neighborhood, questioning locals, though none of them knew who the Lady of the Dunes was. They created clay sculptures of her head and released AI-generated images and age-regressed composites of her, showing what she may have looked like as a younger woman, hoping to jog the memories of those who had known her in the past. But nobody seemed to remember her. After almost half a century passed, with no new developments, it began to feel like the Lady of the Dunes was a ghost who never really existed. Like her body had been found, but her soul had been lost to time. Somebody must have known her during her lifetime, but upon her untimely end, she had been totally forgotten. Forgotten by everyone, that is, except for the sick individual who had taken her life. In August of 2015, somebody finally came up with a potential clue. And that person just so happened to be Joe Hill, the son of Stephen King. Whilst watching the movie Jaws, Joe noticed a familiar-looking extra in the background of the 4th of July scene, 54 minutes and 2 seconds into the film. This extra bore a strong resemblance to the Lady of the Dunes, and was wearing a blue bandana identical to the one found at the crime scene, as well as a pair of blue Wrangler jeans. This unknown extra and the unknown victim also had the same hair length and build. Chillingly, this scene had been filmed in the village of Menemsha on May 25th, 1974, just 100 miles from where the Dune Lady was found, and right around the same time she would have died. Joe posited that the Lady of the Dunes may have actually been this uncredited extra, and that if the authorities could just get their hands on a list of people who showed up for filming, they may well uncover who she really was. This wild theory drew a lot of new eyes to the case. After all, the prospect of a Jane Doe being forever immortalized in a blockbuster film, well, there's something morbidly fascinating about that blend of pop culture and real-life mystery. In Joe Hill's own words, "It is a hell of a what-if, isn't it? What if the young murder victim no one has ever been able to identify has been seen by hundreds of millions of people in a beloved summer classic, and they didn't even know they were looking at her? What if the ghost of the Lady of the Dunes haunts Jaws?" It goes without saying that in the years since this incident took place, technology has advanced significantly. Recently, I've covered numerous cold cases that have been solved via genealogical techniques in particular, where forensic scientists take the DNA of an unidentified suspect or victim, link them to distant family members, and build a family tree to uncover who they really were. Well, investigative genealogy is exactly the method that the FBI used to finally close this cold case, too. That's right. As of October 31st, 2022, nearly half a century after her body was discovered in Provincetown, Massachusetts, I'm happy to report that the Lady of the Dunes has been given back her real name. She was Ruth Marie Terry, a 37-year-old Tennessee mother who also had ties to California, Massachusetts, and Michigan. Little is known about the final months of Ruth's life, though, according to a marriage certificate, she married a man named Guy Rockwell Moldavin in Reno just 6 months before her demise. For whatever reason, she actually used a fake name on her marriage certificate, Terry Marie Vazina. Her new husband, Guy, also used a fake name, Raoul. That may have been because he was a man with a dark history. A career conman, he was suspected to have killed both his second wife, Manzanita, as well as his stepdaughter, Dolores, back in 1960. Bits of their hair and flesh were found in the septic tank of their Seattle family home, though due to a lack of evidence, Guy was never charged with their slayings. He was also the prime suspect in the 1950 murder of Henry Bard and the disappearance of his girlfriend, Barbara Jo Kelly. But again, there was never enough evidence to formally charge him. Guy went on to swindle his third wife and mother-in-law out of a hefty sum of money before going on to meet and marry Ruth. With that backstory in mind, it's easy to see why he's considered the prime suspect in Ruth's case as well. Though, as it stands, the authorities are still working to prove that definitively. Given all the advancements that have been made in this case recently, I don't doubt that they'll be able to do that. Though, even if they do, Guy Rockwell Moldavin will never face justice for his terrible actions. He passed away in 2002, aged 78. Still, although the case itself hasn't been officially solved yet, the Jane Doe side of this mystery has. And although her identity went unknown for more than 48 years, perhaps we were all more familiar with Ruth than we realized. Could Ruth Terry be this extra in Jaws? We still don't know the answer to that question. Perhaps we never will. But the thought that one of the world's most iconic movies could also contain the last known footage of Ruth, the Lady of the Dunes, mere days before her life was cut short, is honestly unsettling. At approximately 5 p.m. on November 6, 2020, 45-year-old Alicia Valera Esquembre was walking her dog, Leo, around the outskirts of her hometown, La Jolla, just south of Elche, Spain. A kind-hearted, hard-working, and well-liked woman, Alicia had just earned a position in Elche's justice system. Being such an integral part of her community, people quickly became concerned when she took longer than usual to return home from her dog walk. But concern for her whereabouts would be short-lived, and would instead quickly be replaced with grief. At 6 p.m., Alicia's body was found at the edge of a crop field just south of La Jolla, only 200 meters from her home. Alicia's face had been left submerged in the irrigation system pictured here, and it was determined that her slayer had strangled her using a chokehold. There were no defensive wounds to speak of, suggesting that she had been surprised from behind and taken out extremely quickly. All of her possessions were found at the scene, and the perpetrator hadn't defiled her remains in any way, so the motive for this slaying remained a mystery. As for Alicia's dog, Leo, he was nowhere to be found. The following morning, Leo was found waiting outside the building where Alicia lived with her mother, clearly shaken and not himself, though ultimately unharmed. He had been wandering the streets of La Jolla for the entire night, no doubt terrified about what had happened. Nobody knew it at the time, but Leo, the loyal canine, had not only been the sole witness to the killing, but would largely be responsible for solving the case entirely. Early into the investigation, a group of witnesses said that they had seen a suspicious man around the crop fields around the time Alicia's life was taken. Since this individual was wearing a face mask, they weren't able to give many details about his appearance. What they did all agree on, however, was that the man walked with a distinct limp. As it would turn out, that limp had been caused by Leo. The dog had bitten deep into the killer's leg as he attacked his master, causing the man to bleed onto Leo's leash and leaving the authorities with some vital DNA evidence to work with. On the 3rd of November, 2022, it was announced that that DNA had finally been matched to the perpetrator. Nikolai Tishov, a Russian man who had been living in the same town as Alethea at the time of the incident, and who suffers from paranoid delusions. When his mother, a wealthy businesswoman, heard about what Nikolai had done, she immediately booked her son a ticket back to Russia. And just 4 weeks after arriving back in his homeland, Nikolai would take the life of another woman in Moscow. As it stands, he's currently locked up in a psychiatric institution in Smolensk, Russia. Back in July 2020, 4 months before he took Alethea's life, Nikolai had attempted to end the life of another woman in Torrevieja. During his getaway, CCTV cameras caught these images of Nikolai, which were subsequently released to the public. One of Nikolai's friends later recognized him and reported him to the authorities. From that tip, Spanish police worked with Interpol to gather a DNA sample from Nikolai in Russia. Once collected, they were able to match the sample with the DNA found on Leo Stoglish. That sample also linked Nikolai to the slaying of Antonio Huerta, a 66-year-old man who had his head near cut off in eastern Spain shortly before Alethea's life was taken. Had Leo not defended his master and taken a bite out of Nikolai's leg that fateful evening, both Alethea's and Antonio's slayings would have gone unsolved for who knows how many years. So I think it's fitting to end this entry with these words. Good boy, Leo. Finally, I'd like to end things with a quick update on the Somerton Beachman case. A big thank you to subscriber Lee Simon for bringing this update to my attention. As mentioned in my last episode of this mini-series, just this October, the Beachman's true identity was finally revealed to the world. His name was Charles Webb, a man from Melbourne who possibly came to Adelaide in search of his ex-wife, only to wind up lifeless on Somerton Beach. But although his name was revealed, we still didn't have any confirmed photos of Charles during his lifetime to examine. There was this picture, which, more than likely, did show Charles posing alongside other members of his under-16s football team. But back when I made that video, we still didn't know for sure which of these boys he was. I suggested that this was the most likely candidate. Well, we now know for sure which of these lads he was, and I was wrong. As it turns out, he was actually this young chap, in the front row on the far left. This image shows Charles as a teenager, which is all well and good, but I'm also pleased to tell you that we now know what he looked like as a living adult, too. Stuart Webb and other living members of the Webb family have since found pictures of Charles in a dusty photo album, and have been kind enough to share them with the world. And so I present to you the face of the Somerton Beachman, Charles Webb, pictured here on a big family day out, playing some sort of prank on his brother-in-law, Gerald Keane. This labelled image of Charles was also uncovered. Until recently, Stuart and his sister Christy had no idea about their connection to the Somerton mystery, and weren't aware they were related to the mysterious man found on the beach all those decades ago. For them, the revelation that he was one of their relatives was a bittersweet one. It was happiness, it was joy, said Christy. But there was also some sadness about this forgotten family member. This was a person. He wasn't just a media hit for a little while and an unsolved mystery. He was our family. Now the living members of the Webb family have a new question that they're seeking the answer to. Why didn't any of Charles's family at the time, pictured here, smiling alongside him, try to search for him when he went missing? We may never know the answer to that question, but there has been one final development that does shed some light on how Charles came to perish on Somerton Beach. As mentioned in the last video, for years, many people believed that Charles was actually a foreign spy, and that he had been taken out by another agent. Since we know that's not the case, the main theory now is that Charles took his own life. Looking at his 1951 divorce papers, which have recently been dug up, that really does seem to be the case. In those documents, Charles's ex-wife, Dorothy, described Charles as moody, a man with no particular friends of his own, who was often in bed by 7 p.m. In those papers, she went on to say that Charles had, quote, written many poems, most of them on the subject of death, which he claims to be his greatest desire. In the documents, Dorothy even recounted how one evening she had returned home and found Charles attempting to end his own existence. With that information now available, it seems extremely likely that Charles attempted to do so yet again on Somerton Beach in 1948, this time with poison, and this time successfully. Unless there are any further major revelations, this will be the last time I'll discuss the Somerton Beach Man case. As far as most of us are concerned, the mystery has, broadly speaking, been solved, with only a few minor details still missing. And as it turns out, the truth really was much more tragic than many of us wanted to believe. The Somerton man's life wasn't filled with spy antics and espionage. He had actually been a man living a troubled and unhappy existence. But instead of those infamous and bleak photos of Charles that were taken after his untimely end, let it be this photo that we now remember him by. One that was taken during a moment of happiness, when times were good, and when he was smiling and surrounded by family. Rest easy, Charles. Thank you very much for listening. Before the video ends, I'd like to shout out my biggest supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon. Monica Mendoza, Peter Logdrach, Philip Wester, Taylor and Monica Gruing, The Only Dorita, Zane, Brad Hammer 33. Today's video is sponsored by Raycon. The most wonderful time of the year is upon us, but let's not pretend the holidays don't get a little chaotic from time to time. Whether you're at a bustling airport, last-minute shopping for presents, or are at home, surrounded by your extended family on the big day, sometimes it's nice to disconnect for a little while. And whenever I want to zone out, I pop in my pair of Raycons. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer top quality sound and start at just half the price of other premium audio brands on the market. With an almost custom, comfortable fit and a battery life of up to 54 hours, they're the perfect devices for binge listening to YouTube horror content. And they're especially good if you like to relax and fall asleep to your favorite content creators' videos. They come loaded with a range of useful features and settings, meaning you get to listen to your content your way. Personally, I think they'd make the perfect Yuletide gift for the music or podcast lover in your life. Click the link in the description box, or go to buyraycon.com/masquerade to get 15% off site-wide with the code HOLIDAY. There will also be new pop-up deals every day during Raycon's countdown to Christmas, and I'll try to keep the description box updated with the latest offers. But just so you know, you can always go to buyraycon.com/masquerade to get the best deals available on Raycon.
Tom Johnson is a riddle. He had a smile and a way of talking to you that made you feel very much at ease. Tom Johnson could be someone's coworker. It could be someone's, acquaintance, and they would have no clue that this other side is there at all until it was too late.
The year was 1992. Jeremy Rolfs and his fiancée, Heather Offelman, were both seniors at Middle Tennessee State University. Intelligent, resourceful, and well-liked, this pair of 22-year-old lovebirds had bright futures ahead of them. And with their time at university fast coming to an end, they were eager to start their careers, put a down payment on a house, and one day settle down with some kids and all the other trimmings of the American dream. But as we all know, that dream doesn't come cheap. And so, during his final year of studies, tech-savvy Jeremy worked part-time as an editor at a music video company in Nashville. That way, he and Heather would at least have some funds to start their new life with. That September, his boss tasked him with placing an ad in a local publication. The company wanted to sell their Macintosh Quadra 950, a top-end computer at the time that they were hoping to get $30,000 for. On October 7th, Jeremy was contacted by a prospective buyer who had seen his ad. A man who called himself Tom Johnson. Over the phone, Mr. Johnson claimed that he was a freelance computer programmer and database consultant, and that he was very interested in purchasing the Quadra 950 and its monitor. The two men met at Jeremy's office to discuss things further. Jeremy would later describe Tom Johnson as being in his late 20s or early 30s. He stood around 5'10" and weighed about 165 pounds. After Johnson had inspected the machine and was given a demonstration, he agreed to pay $31,000 for it. However, he stipulated that he'd need it delivered to his office in Marietta, Georgia, about 230 miles from Nashville. Jeremy agreed to deliver the computer system himself. The two men shook hands and parted ways. On October 24th, at 1:30 a.m., Jeremy got in his car, ready to set off on his long journey to Marietta. He had just spent the last 30 hours working on a different project, so as you can imagine, he was completely exhausted. Worried that he may fall asleep behind the wheel and crash, his fiancée, Heather, decided to join him on his road trip. That way, she'd be able to chat with him and make sure that he made it to Georgia in one piece. The couple drove through the night and made it to Marietta at approximately 7:30 a.m. Originally, they had planned to drop the system off directly at Tom Johnson's office, but things had changed. Mr. Johnson had called Jeremy and told him that his office was quite hard to find. It'd be easier, he said, if they just met at a motel instead. After arriving in Marietta, Jeremy and Heather pulled into the Nights Inn Motel just off I-75. There, they met Tom Johnson, who told them that his business partner was on the way with a check for $31,000 as agreed. Since this partner wasn't going to arrive for another 30 minutes or so, he suggested that Jeremy and Heather get some breakfast across the road. At about 8 a.m., the couple returned to the motel, and Johnson again told them that his associate was still en route and would arrive very shortly. But in the meantime, he said that they should just load the equipment into the back of his Dodge Dynasty. Jeremy and Heather agreed, believing Johnson to be an honest and trustworthy man. He had immediately made them feel at ease, and came off as a friendly and thoughtful guy. However, Jeremy did think it was odd that Johnson's car had Tennessee license plates. Still, he brushed that off as a coincidence. Once the system had been loaded into the car, Jeremy and Heather went to wait for the check in Johnson's motel room. There, the three of them chatted in private about computers and technology. Another 20 minutes came and went, and, tired from the small talk and the long journey, Jeremy started to become frustrated. He told Mr. Johnson that he should just call his business partner so that they could close the deal. With that remark, the affable smile disappeared from Tom Johnson's face. He casually withdrew a pistol from his jacket pocket, aimed it at Jeremy and Heather, and calmly said, "I think we can close this deal right now." Jeremy and Heather were caught completely off guard by Johnson's sudden change in personality. His warm and friendly demeanor had, in an instant, given way to his true nature. That of a cold and calculating psychopath. Johnson made Jeremy hand over his money belt, then had Heather lay 2 bedsheets flat on the floor. He told Jeremy to wrap himself up tightly in one of those sheets, and Heather to do the same in the other. "I'm gonna take the computer now," he told them in a relaxed and confident tone. "Your company will get an insurance check. Don't worry, everything's going to be fine." Mere seconds later, a loud ringing filled Jeremy's ears, and he noticed the room begin to spin. Everything wasn't going to be fine after all. Tom Johnson had just hit Jeremy in the head with a hammer. He remained conscious, however, and watched as Johnson walked over to Heather and struck her in the head with the blunt tool as well. Heather let out an agonizing wail, prompting Jeremy to call out to her, "Stop screaming, and he'll leave." In response, Tom Johnson walked back over to Jeremy and hammered him in the head once again, before bludgeoning Heather several more times. Despite suffering severe head injuries, Jeremy was still alive and conscious. He watched as Tom Johnson methodically cleaned the countertops to remove any fingerprints before casually exiting the room.
And as soon as he left, I crawled over to Heather and I told her that I was going to get help and that we were going to be okay. And what I saw haunts me. You know, I can't get the picture out of my head. I mean, that someone could so hurt such a gentle person.
A motel employee would find him wandering the property at 9:30 a.m., clearly disoriented and confused. Seeing that his hair was stained red, this employee quickly called for an ambulance. Sadly, Heather wouldn't survive the ordeal. Jeremy, on the other hand, made a full recovery, though he would suffer from vertigo and hearing loss for the rest of his life. Luckily, he remembered everything about that terrible morning and was able to give the authorities a full description of Tom Johnson, which they used to create these sketches of the killer. After searching Johnson's motel room, investigators were surprised to find that he had left the hammer at the scene. The red splattered tool was found wrapped in plastic and still had its SKU number attached to it. Detectives were never able to track where it had been purchased. While questioning the motel staff, however, they did learn something interesting. At some point between 7:30 and 8 a.m., around the time that Jeremy and Heather went to get breakfast, one of the clerks had been approached by a woman who complained that she had heard a lot of noise coming from Tom Johnson's room. Detectives have theorized that that woman was actually Johnson's accomplice, and having learned that her partner in crime was actually planning to slay Jeremy and Heather, attempted to sabotage his scheme and save their lives. She then fled the scene. For decades, the authorities held out hope that she would one day come forward with information. She never did. In 1994, there was a huge break in the case when a potential suspect came onto the police's radar. A 49-year-old man named Tom Steeples, a computer company owner from Nashville, Tennessee, the same city Jeremy and Heather lived in. Tom Steeples bore a strong resemblance to the sketch of Tom Johnson and had just been apprehended for a very similar incident. In April of '94, Steeples had lured a young couple, Rob and Kelly Phillips, into his motel room before bludgeoning them to death and taking $900 from them. In October of 1993, he had also taken the life of his business partner, Ronald Bingham, likely to avoid having to repay a debt. The only thing that didn't line up was that Steeples was much older than Jeremy had estimated Tom Johnson to be. He believed Johnson to be somewhere between 27 and 34 years of age, and Steeples, 49, clearly looked much older. Steeples would pass away behind bars in July of 1994, without ever being officially linked to Jeremy and Heather's case. He intentionally OD'd on a large dose of cocaine, which had been secretly snuck into the prison by his wife, Tilly. Some suspect that she may have been the unidentified female accomplice at the motel. Tilly would later receive 6 years behind bars for helping her husband end his own existence. As it stands, the identity of the mysterious Tom Johnson remains unclear. The evidence strongly suggests that he and Tom Steeples were the same person, but given the large disparity in age, it's also possible that Steeples simply copied the modus operandi of Johnson, perhaps to confuse the authorities and get them to chase the wrong man. Jeremy would later request to see a photo of Tom Steeples so that he could confirm whether he was indeed Tom Johnson or not. But unfortunately, since Steeples wasn't initially considered a suspect in the case, the authorities refused to provide him with a picture. Sadly, even though Steeples now is considered the main suspect, Jeremy will never be able to look at that photo and make that confirmation. After the incident at the motel, Jeremy was left heartbroken, scarred, and lived in a constant state of fear, believing that the perpetrator would try to hunt him down. He never fully got over the loss of his fiancée, Heather, but would later rediscover his zest for life when he moved to Lesotho, joined the Peace Corps, and put his technical know-how to good use throughout Africa. Tragically, his life came to an end in South Africa on March 31st, 1997. In a cruel twist of fate, he was hit head-on by a driver who had fallen asleep at the wheel. He was 27 years old. It's scary to think that people like Tom Johnson actually live among us. And I don't just mean people who are willing to put a monetary value on human life. I mean those who can so effortlessly put on a mask to hide the darkness within them. Johnson wore his mask so well that, in Jeremy's opinion, his own friends likely had no idea about his true nature. And with people like that in the world, we have to ask ourselves, can we ever truly know who we're dealing with? On the night of April 29th, 1991, former college football star Dick Hansen went on a date with his close friend, known by the media only as Gene, with whom he had had an on-again, off-again relationship for quite some time. After finalizing a long and messy divorce with his ex-wife, Dick was hopeful that he'd be able to take things to the next level with Gene, who he believed could be his forever goal. In Gene's words, that evening, Dick was in a very good mood. Very good. He was very happy with where he was. He was very happy with what was going on in his life and where he was headed. At approximately 10 p.m., Dick and Gene met at Original Joe's, a restaurant in downtown San Jose, California. Following dinner, they decided to keep the night going and went to a bar 5 miles from the restaurant. They drove there together in Gene's car, with Dick leaving his pickup truck on the street outside Original Joe's. At around 1:45 a.m., the duo departed from the venue and returned to where Dick had left his pickup truck. Given the hour, the rest of the street was completely deserted, and Dick's was the only vehicle parked along the road. They pulled up behind it and sat chatting inside Gene's car, just enjoying each other's company. But as they sat there conversing, another car's headlights appeared in Gene's rearview mirror. This car, which appeared to be a 1970 Pontiac GTO Le Mans, pulled up close behind Gene's. Strangely, this vehicle didn't have any front license plate. The driver, a white male in his late 30s or early 40s, who wore large glasses with thick black frames, sat behind the wheel and just watched them. Gene wondered if they were blocking the man's access to a nearby mailbox, but Dick assured her that the guy had plenty of room to pull up beside it. The pair continued chatting for a while, but as they did, the man sat parked behind them continued staring. Slightly creeped out by his behavior, they both decided to go back to Gene's apartment together. Her place was in Belmont, and since Gene wasn't familiar with the route out of San Jose, Dick told her that he'd lead the way in his pickup, and the pair drove off in separate vehicles. But worryingly, the stranger in the Pontiac also followed close behind them. Well, he pulled out, I pulled out, the guy behind us pulled out, Gene later explained. Moving up to the spotlight, Dick turned left, I turned left, the guy turned left. We go up 2 more blocks and turned left again, and he did the same thing. Well, by this time, it's making me uncomfortable, so I moved to the middle lane. He moved to the middle lane. So I moved back, and he moved back. This man was definitely following us. As Gene and Dick continued towards Belmont, the stranger mirrored their every maneuver. More specifically, he appeared to be shadowing Gene. She tried to outwit her pursuer by changing lanes and accelerating, but she couldn't shake the guy. At one point, she even slammed on her brakes to try and scare him off, but the man's reactions were too quick, and, as if predicting her actions, he slammed on his brakes too. This game of cat and mouse went on for more than 10 miles, even when she and Dick moved on to northbound Highway 85. Nervous about the unknown man's intentions, Jean pulled up beside Dick's car and shouted that she wanted to drive to a police station, but he was unable to hear what she was saying. Dick signaled that he was going to exit the highway, and Jean followed him, turning off at the last moment, hoping the guy would miss the exit. She and Dick pulled up along West Fremont Avenue. As Jean sat in her vehicle, she kept her eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. Sure enough, the stranger's headlights came into view. She prayed that this had all been a coincidence, and that the man would drive on by them. But he didn't. He pulled up right behind Jean, just as he had before, and he sat there, watching her. More angry than frightened, Dick stepped out of his pickup truck and stormed over towards the stranger's car, ready to give the guy a piece of his mind. Jean watched as Dick walked up to the driver's side window of the man's car and told the guy to get lost. Almost immediately, the frown on Dick's face morphed into a look of pure fear. He took a step back from the stranger's window. 2 loud shots rang out, and Dick fell to the ground. The stranger had just gunned him down. Without so much as a second thought, Jean got out of her car and rushed over to check on her date. As she did, she locked eyes with the stranger. He maintained eye contact with her for several seconds before speeding off and disappearing into the darkness. Dick had been struck once in the chest and once in the neck. By the time paramedics arrived, he was already gone. To this day, the identity of the elusive stranger remains unknown, and he's yet to face justice for ending Dick's life. Unfortunately, Jean didn't take note of the killer's rear license plate number as he drove off. Understandable, given the circumstances. The main problem that the authorities faced during their investigation was figuring out the perp's motive. To the best of everyone's knowledge, Dick didn't have any enemies to speak of. It also doesn't seem likely that his ex-wife was involved, given that they had children together, whom Dick helped to support. Dick's father was a well-known attorney, so it's possible an angry defendant wanted to take revenge out on his family. But it's worth remembering that the stranger had shadowed Jean's car, not Dick's. Law enforcement have theorized that the stranger may have been infuriated by Jean's personalized license plate, 49er Hugs, a reference to her favorite football team, the San Francisco 49ers. He may have even mistaken Dick as one of their players. Is it possible that the stranger was a loyal fan of a rival team, and, enraged by Jean's number plate, took his allegiance to a fanatical extreme? Or perhaps the opposite is true. Maybe the stranger wasn't angry with Jean, but obsessed with her. Maybe he had been tracking her for longer than she realized, and, seeing her on a date with another man, was consumed by jealousy and decided to remove his love rival from the picture. That would explain why he let Jean, the only eyewitness, live. The final theory is that either Dick or Jean inadvertently ticked off the wrong person during their date, either in the restaurant, or on the road, or at the bar, and that this unhinged individual wanted revenge for some minor infraction. We ultimately don't know what motivated this man to shadow Jean that fateful night, and to so callously mow Dick down in the street. Perhaps we never will know. But the thought that any one of us could, by chance, encounter a stranger, and through no fault of our own, upset them so much that they'd wish us dead, is unsettling. Especially when there are people out there who would take steps to make that wish a reality. Before things end, I'd like to say thank you to all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters: Clayton Thompson, Alex Greensall, Anya Yekaterina Faustov, Asia Mina, Azrael Warakai, Chief Kochuake, Colin Monsma, Connor Lotham, Doopsy, Dustin and Tiffany Vanderpool, George Lopez, Gina Valera, Grace Archie, Ian Billock, Infamous Sempapi, J.B. Funk, Leonardo Martinez, Lyndon Witebski, Monica Mendoza, Peter Logtraj, Philip Wester, Taylor and Monica Gruenk, The Only Dorita, Zane, Brad Hammer 33, Mrs. Avon Rankin, Hamish K, Jacqueline Guevara Phelan, Shona Geisler, Peyton Trolling, Itai Alon, Torpid Chair 1139, Nephus 1988, and Lydia Cumo. Thank you so much for your support. The best things happen in the dark. Today's video is sponsored by Stamps.com. Well, it's 2023, and if like me, your resolution is to grow your business, then this New Year no-brainer is to check out Stamps.com, the online post office dedicated to saving you the three biggies: time, stress, and money. Let's start with time. Stamps.com allows you to print your own postage and shipping labels in seconds from wherever you do business, meaning you can run your company from your computer, day or night, and cut out all the lines, traffic, and waiting at the post office. Next, stress. Stamps.com seamlessly connects with every major marketplace and shopping cart, and allows you to schedule pickups through their site's dashboard. Finally, my favorite saving: money. Stamps.com has partnerships with USPS and UPS for unbeatable rates. We're talking up to 86% off. Their service automatically tells you what your cheapest and fastest shipping options are, so there's no guessing and no overpaying. Start this new year right by heading over to stamps.com/lazymasquerade. Sign up for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial, free postage, and a free digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts. Again, that's stamps.com/lazymasquerade, or click the link in the description. TikTok, where attention spans go to shrivel. Speaking of shriveling, today's first entry revolves around a TikTok account with this username. Now I can think of a couple of colourful ways to pronounce that, but to stay in YouTube's good books, I'm just gonna call it Cokenstore. At time of recording, Cokenstore's account has 3,500 followers. All their videos are in Indonesian, and all seem to promote gimmicky products. Portable washing machines, monkey tissue dispensers, things of that nature, all with accompanying hashtags and light-hearted background music to help shill each item. Just an ordinary small business account, really. But if it's all so innocent, why am I even talking about it? Well, over the past few weeks, Cokenstore has live-streamed some concerning material, seemingly at random intervals. If you happen to catch any of the streams, you'd have seen something like this. Thus far, they've all featured what appears to be a man in a dark, confined space, covered in what looks like mud or a mud-like substance. In each of the videos, this man either lies curled up in the fetal position, or actively scoops up the brown sludge and pours it over himself, as if making sure he's completely covered in it. What really makes these streams unsettling is that the man seems to be an unwilling participant in the streams. His expression suggests that he's either uncomfortable or scared, and he appears to be extremely cold, often clutching his body tightly and breathing heavily. Some viewers have even claimed that they've tuned into the live streams and heard voices off-screen angrily yelling at the man, ordering him to keep covering himself in the wet sludge, though I personally haven't come across any recordings with other people's voices in them. All these streams ended abruptly and without explanation, leaving the thousands of viewers who had tuned in to question what they had just seen. Strangely, Coke and Store have gone on uploading their gadget videos to their account as normal, and as it stands, haven't addressed any of the live streams. Honestly, these streams give off strong Blank Room Soup vibes, as if the man in the video is being forced to take part in a bizarre ritual against his will. But where Blank Room Soup was in all likelihood an art project that went viral, the truth behind the Coke and Store live streams is, as of right now, more mysterious and uncertain. I mean, what even are these live streams? Why are they being streamed on a gadget account of all places? Was the person in these live streams the man behind the Coke and Store account? Or was Coke and Store the person behind the camera, keeping this man locked up somewhere? Now, I can't find an exact date for when these streams first started, but the first mention of them I can find online came from Reddit user Ghoul Goddess in a post on the r/Internet Mystery subreddit on December 9th, 2022. This post really got the small community over there talking, and where some brushed the streams off, others were genuinely worried about the man's well-being. Specifically, many users were concerned that the man wasn't covered in mud at all, and that the confined space he was trapped in was actually a septic tank, with that brown sludge actually being human waste. One of the main theories circulating at the moment is that these are actually fetish videos, and that whoever's running the Coke and Store TikTok account is really into that kind of thing, and wants to share his or her love of it with their followers. Thankfully, that's almost 100% not the case. Scare Theatre has already done a good job at debunking that rumor already. Being a braver man than I, he took a look at some real septic tank videos online, and concluded that this liquid is almost certainly mud. Even so, these are still extremely strange live streams for a small business account to be posting on their social media. But then again, I suppose other companies have pulled similar stunts in the past. Mexico's Canal 5 comes to mind. As mentioned in my Selene Delgado video, Canal 5 are the TV station that used to post disturbing and out-of-context videos to their Twitter page in the early hours to help drive engagement. In a similar vein, could Coke and Store simply be making these live streams as part of a viral marketing strategy? A way for them to drum up interest in their TikTok account? Well, as many people have already noted, these so-called live streams don't appear to have actually been recorded live at all. Given the angle distortions and audio quality, it's much more likely that whoever's running the Coke and Store account simply played these videos on their computer, aimed their phone at their monitor, and live streamed them that way. If that is the case, and personally I do think it is, then in all likelihood, Coke and Store doesn't actually have anything to do with the creation of these bizarre videos, and was simply using them to draw people to their account and get more followers. More followers means that Coke and Store can sell more gadgets, or charge more for product promotions, or eventually sell their account for a higher price. Given that they've had a huge follower increase recently, with the majority of comments on their videos asking about their creepy live streams, I'd say that that part of the mystery has been solved. But even if they were used as part of a social media hoax, that doesn't mean that the videos themselves aren't authentic. Coke and Store may not have been recording them live, but they had to have gotten them from somewhere. Question is, where? As stated, the owner of the Coke & Store account still hasn't addressed the streams. Well, other than by liking comments referring to them. Nor have any internet sleuths been able to track down where these mysterious videos originated from. But maybe we don't have to find the original videos to close this case. There's been a recent trend amongst Indonesian influencers called Mandi Lumpur, which translates into mud bath. It's a trend in which streamers cover themselves in mud and ask for donations. Indeed, covering oneself in mud in Indonesia does seem to hold some significant meaning, and there are festivals where people will come together to do so and symbolically wash off their negative traits. It's possible Coke & Store took one of those videos from an obscure part of the internet, and, knowing that most people wouldn't know what they're looking at, made them out to be something much creepier than they actually are. But the man in Coke & Store's videos doesn't look like he's partaking in a fun ritual. He looks scared. Thing is, if you watch enough of these Mandi Lumpur videos, you'll occasionally find old streams where influencers spent 24 hours or more in a mud hole. Near the end mark of those videos, their behavior is extremely similar to that of the man in Coke & Store streams. They shiver, curl up in the fetal position, breathe heavily, and look miserable. The man in Coke & Store streams may not look like he's taking part in a fun ritual, but neither do many of these mud bathers either. Right now, we can't say with 100% certainty what's going on in these clips, not until we find the original videos at least. But it seems likely there's an innocent explanation behind them after all. Humans are drawn to the ambiguous. Creepy and unexplained videos like this capture our attention and leave us searching for and sharing novel answers. Though usually, the truth ends up being more mundane than we initially expect. And for this man's sake, I hope that is the case with this mystery too. Next up, a piece of lost media that may help solve a 30-year-old cold case. While scouring the internet for unsolved mysteries to cover, I came upon a write-up of a Norwegian case by redditor Arctic5, namely that of the Teddybjørn Mannen, or in English, the Teddy Bear Man. On September 12, 1992, a group of hunters came upon the remains of an unidentified person in the cold and remote heights of Hardangervidda National Park. The park itself is a popular spot for hikers during the warmer months, but the area where the remains were found, a mountainous, thicketed area called Folkenudden, was far from the well-trodden paths that most wise adventurers stuck to, a several-hour hike from the nearest trail in fact. The deceased was between the ages of 22 and 27, and judging from the condition of their bones, they had perished in the thicket at least a year earlier. Curiously, a banknote in their pocket had only gone into circulation in September of 1991, so more than likely, they had ventured into the mountains sometime shortly after that, when the weather had already started to turn abysmal, and when Folkenudden was starting to become inaccessible. A cause of death couldn't be determined, though given that they had been found 1,200 meters above sea level, the authorities believe that they must have wandered off from the hiking trail, and then subsequently froze. The clothes found on and around the victims' remains suggested that they weren't an experienced hiker. They also suggested that they had a very slim build. Several other personal effects were found close to the scene as well, including a teddy bear. Detectives named the doe Teddy Bear Man. This name actually proved to be contentious, seeing how forensic experts weren't entirely sure whether the deceased was a male or female. The skull certainly showed all the hallmarks of belonging to a man, but the extremely slender frame and feminine hips suggested that the Teddy Bear Man was actually the Teddy Bear Woman. The investigators' inability to identify the doe frustrated them to no end, and they released this facial reconstruction of the Teddybjørn Mannen in hopes of jogging a few memories. Unfortunately, this sculpt didn't result in any new leads, and to this day, we still don't know who the Teddybjørn Mannen was. It wasn't until 2022 that forensic experts were able to determine that the deceased was male after all, though some people, including the anatomy professor who helped to create this reconstruction, remain unconvinced. Given the confusion, it's possible the deceased may have had Klinefelter syndrome or something similar. The deceased had been carrying some curious items on their person when they perished. This included multiple plastic bags filled with German brand items, including rye bread, baking powder, and small bottles of wine and water. Most of their clothes had also been produced by German brands, including this poncho, which had been made in either Hamburg or Munich. A map of South Norway, which had been purchased in Oslo, was also found close to the body. This wasn't a hiking map like one may expect, but rather a road map, which would have been of no help navigating the park. Given that the thicket around the teddy bear man had been trampled down, detectives believe that they may have used the map as a mat to sit upon. Strangely, no backpack could be found at the scene. Given that the teddy bear man's bones had been gnawed upon by animals, some believe that a large creature may have dragged the pack away, though others think that the lack of a pack confirms that this was a naive tourist who underestimated the park and how treacherous it could be. Now, we move on to the teddy bear, which was clearly old and was well loved, having been repaired multiple times. Clearly, this 35-centimeter bear was a personal treasure. Now, question is, why had an adult brought a teddy bear along for a hike in the mountains? Well, it may suggest that the Teddybjørnmannen planned to end their life in the national park, and had brought some wine and their favorite toy to comfort them and make the process easier. At least that way, they wouldn't be alone at the end. Ultimately though, without knowing who the Teddybjørnmannen was, we can't say for sure. But that's where you guys come in. Do you speak German? If so, you may be able to help solve this mystery by helping track down a piece of lost media. An old episode of a German TV show to be precise. In 2022, the Teddy Bear Man's case was discussed on a popular Norwegian show called Asted Norge. Forgive my pronunciations. After that episode aired, a German national came forward, saying that the story rang a bell. They believed that in 1998, a German talk show called Flieg broadcast an episode in which a female guest talked about her son, who had gone missing while on holiday in Norway. This guest was appealing for information on her son's whereabouts, as she hadn't heard from him since 1991. Other callers and internet users agreed that the story sounded eerily familiar, and also recalled hearing about it on a German talk show in the 90s. This was the strongest lead detectives had had in years. If they could only get their hands on that episode of Flieg, they'd be able to question the female guest and uncover whether or not she was the teddy bear man's mother. Then they'd finally be able to give him back his real name and give his family closure. Trouble is, despite German authorities releasing this tip to the public, that episode of Flieg has never been found. The show's host doesn't recall ever covering that case either, and the TV network haven't found any records of the broadcast, though it is possible that the episode was deleted from their archive. It's also possible, even probable, that the tipster simply mixed up two different programs. Perhaps the case wasn't covered on Flieg at all, but by a different talk show altogether. The female guest, who many believe to be the teddy bear man's mother, also hasn't come forward. Though given the time frame, she may well have passed away before this development was announced. Regardless, this recent tip lines up with the authorities' former conclusion, that the Teddybjørnmannen was a German national on holiday in Norway, and that all they need to do is link him to a missing persons report in Germany. So, do you speak German? And do you have a taste for old German talk shows? If the answer to those questions is yes, and you find yourself watching some online in the wee hours, keep the story of the teddy bear man in the back of your mind. You may just find this lost talk show episode, and in doing so, stumble upon the answer to a 30-year-old mystery. The real name of the teddy bear man. It's no secret that some weird and wonderful discoveries have been made on Google Street View and Google Maps by curious internet users. From weird glitches to planned poses, there's a veritable treasure trove of bizarre happenings in every corner of these digital road maps. The full cast of your favorite horror movies standing in the road. A warped image of a tourist, making her look like a possessed goat woman. A group of unmoving pigeon people staring at the Google crew as they pass by. Okay, maybe that one is a bit creepy. But then again, aside from all of the obviously staged incidents, Google have unintentionally captured some truly haunting things during their trips around the world. Many of them are well known at this point, but there still are a few that haven't been covered to death, and I'm going to go over a small handful of them here. Take for example, this image, which helped us solve a 22-year-old cold case. The picture, found on Google Maps back in August 2019, shows a submerged car at the bottom of a pond in Wellington, Florida. The sunken vehicle, which a local resident found by pure chance after a Google search, was brought to the attention of the local authorities. The car was subsequently retrieved from the water. Inside, detectives found the remains of William Moult, a man who was reported missing from Lantana on November 7th, 1997, after he had failed to return home from a night out. William had called his girlfriend at 9:30 p.m. that night to tell her he was on his way home, but obviously, he never made it back. The 40-year-old had been missing for the past 2 decades, and for all that time, his loved ones were left to wonder what became of him. It's presumed that he simply lost control of his vehicle the night he went missing and accidentally drove into the pond. As stated on his Charlie Project page, quote, William Moult's vehicle had plainly been visible on a Google Earth satellite photo of the area since 2007, but apparently no one had noticed it until 2019. Moving on, take a look at this image, which shows a woman in a dress and heeled boots, walking along the roadside with a suitcase. Thing is, this image was captured in the New Mexico desert, literally in the middle of nowhere. The closest town, Roswell, is a 9.5-hour walk behind her, and there's absolutely nothing in any other direction for miles. Presumably she was dropped off in a car, but why was she left in the middle of the desert in the first place, with a suitcase, and where was she walking to? Finally, there's this image. At first glance, it looks pretty innocuous, but believe it or not, it actually helped to solve a missing persons case. On November 2nd, 2020, an 83-year-old woman with Alzheimer's disappeared from her home in Andenne, Belgium. Given the woman's fragile condition, her family and friends were extremely concerned about her well-being. A large-scale search and rescue effort was launched almost immediately, which involved 50 officers, sniffer dogs, and a helicopter equipped with thermal imagers. And yet, despite all of that, the woman was never found. That is, until 2 years later, when one of the investigators decided, on a hunch, to check out her house on Google Street View. As it would turn out, the Google car just so happened to drive past her house, not only on the day she went missing, but at the precise moment she had wandered out from her home. This disturbing final image of the woman showed her walking in the direction of her neighbor's house. With that new lead, a second search for the woman was launched, in which investigators followed her assumed footprints. And wouldn't you know it, her body was discovered in a heavily forested area near her neighbor's garden. An area which had been overgrown during the initial search. So overgrown that even the sniffer dogs couldn't reach it. She had likely died after having a fall. With that backstory, this image becomes extremely eerie to look at, and it's crazy to think that the Google team just so happened to drive by and capture it at that exact moment. If they hadn't, it's entirely possible that this case would remain unsolved to this day, and the woman's family wouldn't have the closure they now do. Makes you wonder whether any more active mysteries could be solved with the help of Google Street View, if only the right person were to look in the right place. Happy New Year, and thank you very much for listening. A huge thank you to my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon. This video is sponsored by Raycon, my go-to pair of earbuds for the past 3 years now. With 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of battery life, Raycon earbuds are extremely reliable and convenient. They're super comfortable, with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them the perfect choice for long commutes or lazy weekends on the sofa. For more physically demanding activities, you don't need to worry about them falling out. Raycon earbuds stay in place, no matter what. What makes them so indispensable for me though, is that they come jam-packed with features. With Raycon earbuds, you can seamlessly switch between 3 customizable sound profiles. Pure sound, which I use whenever I'm losing myself in spooky podcasts. Balanced sound, for warmth and depth whenever I'm vibing to some John Coltrane. And bass sound, which really brings my old school hip-hop playlist to life. With the press of a button, you can alternate between noise isolation mode and awareness mode. The former for when you want to block out the world, and the latter for when you want to hear what's going on around you. Right now you can help support the channel while also getting a huge discount on Raycon products. Click the link in my description box or go to buyraycon.com/masquerade and you'll get a massive 15% off your Raycon purchase. Actress Ada Constance Kent was born in England around the year of 1880 and spent most of her working life in and around the theatres of London's West End. She made a brief transition to motion pictures in the late 1930s, with uncredited roles in Princess O'Hara and Tomorrow's Children. But, unfortunately for Ada, her career accomplishments aren't the reason that she's still remembered today. After failing to score any leading roles, Ada announced that she was retiring from acting and promptly moved to the small village of Fingeringhoe, Essex. No snickering now. Ada was a reclusive soul who never socialized with the other locals and who was rarely seen around the village. Her elusive nature and past fame made her all the more mysterious to the other villagers, who often gossiped about the wealthy actress turned hermit who lived amongst them. But their interest in Ada only truly peaked when she suddenly and inexplicably disappeared from the face of the earth. In late March of 1939, a tradesman knocked on Ada's front door, but she didn't answer. A gardener named Reuben G. Winkle claimed to have spotted her bedroom light on the previous night, so initially nobody was too concerned. The eccentric woman had a habit of wandering off for long periods of time. But 3 months later, when a friend came to visit Ada at her cottage and found that it was still empty, she was officially declared a missing person. 2 local constables visited the cottage to investigate the matter. Curiously, they found that the front door had been left unlocked. A dinner tray with a fully prepared meal on it sat on the kitchen table. An open copy of Romeo and Juliet was resting on an armchair, and Ada's coat was still hanging on the rack. It seemed that wherever she had gone, she had left in a hurry. Otherwise, everything else was as it should have been. There were no signs of foul play, and nothing to suggest that Ada hadn't left of her own free will. 3 years passed without anyone seeing or hearing from Ada. One of her concerned friends, a man named George Wicknell, travelled to her cottage in hopes of finding some trace of the missing spinster. George thoroughly searched each of the cottage's rooms, but found no useful clues that would indicate what happened to his wayward friend. All was quiet for 9 long years, until, finally, Ada's bank manager noticed something unusual. Since she was considered missing and not dead, Ada's accounts had remained open, though for almost a decade, not a single transaction had taken place. Then, suddenly, in September 1948, someone had made several large deposits into her account. The bank manager quickly contacted the local police, and for a brief period, the investigation into Ada's disappearance was reopened. On a hunch, detectives decided to once again search her cottage. But unlike before, the house wasn't empty. Sitting in a wooden chair in one of the cottage's front rooms was a fully dressed skeleton, and lying next to it, an empty bottle simply labeled poison. Naturally, the discovery horrified local law enforcement, who had already conducted several fruitless searches of the cottage. Coroners from Scotland Yard conducted a thorough examination of the remains, and in a bizarre twist, they noted that the skeleton was larger than one befitting Ada's small stature, and more closely resembled a male's frame. As such, they couldn't conclusively state whether it belonged to Ada or not. Small tufts of hair still attached to the skull matched with hairs found on a brush in the bedroom, prompting a coroner's jury to conclude that the bones were Ada's, though many people aren't so sure. A number of independent homicide investigators have since come forward with the same horrifying theory: that the skeleton wasn't Ada. If true, that raises a huge number of other questions. Most obviously, who did it belong to? Had a homeless person snuck into Ada's abandoned cottage for the night and ended their own existence? If it was a male, why were they wearing women's clothing? Did somebody in the nearby area have a body that they needed to dispose of and thought they could pass it off as Ada? Did a sinister individual want to exhibit their handiwork? All investigators knew was that there hadn't been a skeleton in the cottage during their past searches, and now there was. Frustratingly, a cause of death couldn't be determined. While the bottle clearly suggested that the victim had been poisoned, there was no way of proving that by skeletal analysis alone. Nor were experts able to determine if the person had perished inside the cottage or elsewhere. After yet another round of police questioning, a villager claimed to have spotted Ada during her final days, and said that when Ada had entered the Whalebone pub on the 6th of March, just a couple of weeks before she vanished, she had looked extremely poorly. Reportedly, she was very pale and was almost continuously coughing during a brief exchange with the owner. This has led some to suggest that Ada was very ill. They theorize that she had simply taken a long trip away from the village, returned at some point thereafter, and passed away of natural causes inside her cottage. Yet there are others who suggest that her symptoms and the bottle were evidence of murder by poisoning. As it stands, this case remains shrouded in mystery, and given how old it is, that's not likely to change. Honestly, there's very little information about this case online, and of the reports that do exist, many seem to conflict with one another. As such, we can't say for certain what exactly happened to Ada. Whether she upped and left to spend her final years elsewhere, or whether she was butchered. Whether the remains were hers or not. We also can't say who paid the money into her account 9 years after she vanished, or why. All we can say with certainty is that Ada's end was even more dramatic than her career. A body appearing out of thin air, a bottle labelled poison, mysterious bank deposits appearing as if meant to reignite the case. It all seems so fittingly theatrical. Those involved in this next mystery haven't officially been named by the authorities yet, so to avoid saying the man and the woman ad nauseum, I'll instead be using pseudonyms. On the evening of March 9th, 2022, a man in the northern French region of Ur named Luc telephoned his former partner, Marie, and told her a horrifying story. The 46-year-old carpenter sounded drunk as he explained how he had gotten into a traffic accident, one in which he had slammed his car into a female cyclist. Marie was of course troubled to hear that, and asked if everything was alright. Luke babbled on about how he had reported the incident to the cops, and how it had been the biker's fault and not his own. He insisted that the cyclist was in good health. but the damage to the windscreen of his Audi suggested otherwise. A friend of Marie's must have suspected that something was up, since he drove past Luke's home that very same evening and stopped to take photographs of his car. There was a large, circular impact dent on the windscreen, which had a, quote, red mark in the center. After being forwarded the photos, Marie contacted the local police. Contrary to her ex-husband's claims, no such accident report had been filed. Furious about the deception, Marie attempted to contact Luke by telephone, and after 3 days of radio silence, she drove over to his home to demand answers. When she arrived on the morning of March 12th, Marie spotted Luke's Audi, along with the damage it sustained in the collision, but she also noticed traces of what appeared to be blood on the right side of the vehicle. After knocking on the front door of his home for a sustained period, she concluded that no one was home. 24 hours later, Luke called her up, and it was during this call that he made a stunning confession. He admitted that he may have downplayed what actually happened after the crash on March 9th. The truth was that he had struck a cyclist at high speed whilst under the influence of alcohol, and said that her wounds had actually been fatal. Then, instead of calling the police, he put the bike and her body in the trunk of his car and went looking for a shovel with which to dig her grave. After a brief trip back home, Luke then drove to a secluded area, dug a deep pit, and prepared to drag the cyclist to her final resting place. Yet, upon opening up the trunk, he discovered that the woman was still alive and was weakly begging for help. In a decision so callous that it defies comprehension, Luke didn't help her, but instead bludgeoned her to death with the shovel. To him, slaying her was preferable to facing the consequences of a DUI. The man wept down the line and begged his ex-wife not to reveal his dark secret. Overcome with the burden of a guilty conscience, Marie went to her local police station 2 months later and accused her ex-partner of murder, telling them everything that he had confessed to her. An investigation was opened into the cyclist's disappearance, but no corresponding missing persons report had been filed, so it was impossible to know who exactly had been killed. However, police did manage to talk to the former girlfriend of the accused, who claimed that she had spoken with him around the time of the alleged murder. The girl claimed Luke had called her and said that he wasn't well in the head. When she asked why, he seemed unwilling to talk about it, but eventually confessed to, quote, knocking down an old lady when at the wheel of his car and having killed her before burying her. Once the police were given the photographs of the damaged Audi, they knew that securing the vehicle would be the key to conviction. Yet, when dozens of police officers descended on Luke's property, his car was nowhere to be found. Unbelievably, Luke claimed that his car had been stolen the night before. The vehicle was later found abandoned and burned in a secluded, wooded area. Luke feigned ignorance, claiming that he wasn't responsible for destroying the vehicle, yet the scorching of such a crucial piece of evidence was too suspicious for the French authorities to overlook, and even without a body, they promptly took Luke in on suspicion of murder. During his initial round of questioning, Luke claimed that he had made up the entire story about the cyclist in hopes of it bringing him closer to his ex, Marie. He claimed that it was nothing but a kind of prank, and that he had damaged his own car before spreading chicken blood on it. At that point, investigators showed him the photos of his damaged vehicle. After being confronted by those images, Luke admitted that he had hit a cyclist after all, but once again insisted that they had ridden away unharmed. Luke also admitted to setting fire to his own car, but after that, he stopped talking entirely. He never indicated where he may have hidden his victim. Luke has since been the subject to additional rounds of questioning and has even made an appearance in court. Yet, until the cyclist's remains are uncovered, a conviction is highly unlikely. The authorities are convinced that Luke is guilty of taking a cyclist's life, and that they're only a hair's breadth away from putting him behind bars. But as it stands, time is ticking away. the investigation is unlikely to progress until a missing persons report can be linked to the case, as with no clue to the identity of the victim, punishing the killer is almost impossible. French police have since stated that they believe the victim may not have been reported missing and may have been living alone and isolated at the time of the incident. It's possible that in contrast to Luke's initial reports that she looked like a tramp, the victim was actually very wealthy. A person with 2 homes, say, wouldn't be noticed as a missing person in the same way someone with 1 home would be. But then again, such a person is much more likely to be reported missing in a timely manner. It's entirely possible that the driver killed a lonely and solitary old woman, someone with so few connections to the world around her that she may as well have been a ghost. As a result of such a lifestyle, it stands to reason that her killer may never face justice. Until detectives find her remains, she's doomed to remain in a Schrödinger-like state. A victim who both does and doesn't exist. And until it's proven that she does, her killer will continue to walk free. Brandon Swanson was born on the 30th of January, 1989, and spent his formative years in the city of Marshall, Minnesota. Following his graduation from high school in 2007, Brandon enrolled at the Minnesota West Community and Technical College and studied wind turbines. He proved himself to be a dedicated student who wished only to contribute to a brighter, greener future. When the academic year came to an end on May 13th, 2008, Brandon and his friends celebrated by attending 2 separate parties, both held in the college students' dormitories. Friends of Brandon's later said that he drank at both parties, but knowing that he had to drive home later that night, did so conservatively to ensure that he was under the legal limit. He was, by all accounts, of clear and sober mind when he left. Shortly after midnight, Brandon said his goodbyes and got into the driver's side seat of his Chevrolet Lumina. He then began the 30-mile drive back to his hometown of Marshall. It was a simple, southeasterly drive, one that should have taken no longer than 30 to 40 minutes. But for some reason, Brandon was still on the road at around 1:45 a.m. It was at that time that his journey was brought to a screeching halt. Brandon telephoned his parents, Brian and Annette, and told them that he had crashed his car into a roadside ditch. A childhood injury had left him near blind in one eye, which affected both his night vision and depth perception, so although alarming, the accident wasn't altogether surprising. Brandon was shaken, but assured both his parents that he was unharmed, and asked if they could drive out and give him a ride back home. Brian and Annette got into their pickup truck and drove along Highway 68 in the direction they believed their son was stranded. There was just one problem. Brandon didn't know exactly where he was, as he had almost certainly taken a wrong turn at some point in his journey. Given the layout of the area, he may well have been suffering from familiarity displacement and wound up somewhere he had never been before. As such, his parents kept him on the phone, telling him to use his flashlight to signal passing cars so that they'd be able to find him. Brian and Annette continued along Highway 68, but after driving for around half an hour, they failed to spot any flashlights at the roadside. Brandon's father realized that his son must not be on Highway 68 after all, and so asked him if he could spot the lights of any towns around him. When Brandon replied that he could, his father suspected that the lights were coming from the small town of Lind, roughly 7 miles southwest of Marshall. Brian told his son to walk towards that town so that they could meet somewhere they were both familiar with, the parking lot of a popular bar and grill. Brandon stayed on the line as he cut through some fields. He and his father had been on the phone for exactly 47 minutes by that point, and it seemed just a matter of time before they were reunited. And yet, just after 2:30 a.m., Annette and Brian heard something on the other end of the line that would replay in their minds for the rest of their lives. Without warning, Brandon suddenly screamed, "Oh shit!" as if taken by surprise, before falling completely silent. His father called out his name into the phone, but there was no response. Thinking that they had lost connection, Brian hung up and tried calling Brandon back, but there was no answer. Brian began ceaselessly calling his son's phone, but the longer Brandon failed to answer, the more it became obvious that something was wrong. Unable to find any trace of their son along the roadside, Brandon's parents reported him missing as soon as they were able to. But to their frustration, local law enforcement seemed completely disinterested. One officer told them that it was, quote, hardly unusual for young men that age to stay out all night after the last day of college, while another seemed to imply that the Swansons were being controlling. Brian later said that that same officer had told them that Brandon had a right to go missing, and refused to investigate until there had been no contact for 24 hours. Brandon's parents were forced to take their case to Lynn's chief of police, and after an impassioned plea, a search party was finally formed. A few hours later, police officers located Brandon's abandoned Chevy. It was lying in a ditch, just as he had described, and although there were no signs of foul play, there were also no signs of Brandon anywhere. When his cell phone was traced to nearby Yellow Medicine County, multiple search teams used bloodhounds and helicopters to scour the area. Later that day, one of the dogs picked up a scent. Search and rescue personnel followed the dog along a 3-mile trail which snaked through nearby fields in the direction of an abandoned farm. From that farm, the tracker dog followed Brandon's trail to the Yellow Medicine River, where the scent abruptly disappeared. When Brandon's father confirmed that his son had heard running water as he had walked, detectives began to suspect that he may have fallen into the river and drowned. Specially trained divers combed through the river, but no trace of Brandon was discovered. Sadly, less than 1 week after Brandon went missing, local law enforcement were forced to scale back their search for him. Given how long he had been gone, it stood to reason that there was only a slim chance he was still alive. Some weren't so cynical. Brandon's parents, along with almost every home in his neighborhood, kept their porch lights on as a symbol of their hope that Brandon would eventually return. Sheriff Fizecki also held out hope and continued to walk the 2-mile search area along the Yellow Medicine River on a daily basis for the next month. By autumn of 2008, the sheriff had organized a large, cross-county task force to search the freshly harvested fields surrounding Highway 68. One of the major impediments to the original search had been the ocean of corn and wheat stalks covering the search area, some of which dwarfed even the tallest members of the search crew. With such a huge obstacle now gone, Sheriff Fizecki knew there was no better time to continue the search. Almost immediately, cadaver dogs began to pick up on the scent of human remains in a previously unsearched area. Again, no physical evidence was found, but the scent was found around an area with farming equipment, leading some to theorize that Brandon may have been pulverized by a harvester. By the spring of 2011, more than 122 square miles had been searched. But despite such a mammoth effort, not a single usable lead was recovered. It was like Brandon had simply dropped off the face of the earth. No trace of the young man could be found anywhere. As far as tangible theories are concerned, there's very little evidence to suggest that Brandon drowned that night. He was only within earshot of the Yellow Medicine River, not nearly close enough to fall in, and when a tracker dog did follow Brandon's scent trail to the water, it continued to the other side and down a gravel road. His father, Brian, also insisted that his son didn't seem disoriented or intoxicated during their phone conversation. There's little evidence that Brandon ran away from home either. He and his parents had a close and loving relationship, enough so that his first thought was to call them when he got in trouble. Even if he had run away, surely there would have been sightings of him in the area during the days that followed. The one possibility that can't be ruled out is foul play. That's the explanation that Sheriff Fizecki is most invested in. In his opinion, the fact that Brandon's final word was a single, terrified expletive tells him all he needs to know. Someone could have been lurking in the shadows, he later said. They got him that way. Question is, who are they exactly? Some purport that Brandon fell victim to a mysterious serial slayer. Highway 68 is frequented by hundreds of long-haul truckers every single day. Many of the most prolific slayers in American history have been truckers. It's entirely feasible that Brandon was held up, marched or driven off to a different location somewhere in Yellow Medicine County, and then slaughtered and disposed of in a way that left no trace. But what if he wasn't killed? What if that final expletive was prompted by the sight of someone who wished to keep him a terrified prisoner? One to be tormented daily, long after those that loved him believed he had passed on. One to be trafficked and sold. In the absence of any solid explanation, it's impossible not to examine every possibility, even if some potential theories seem a bit eccentric. But perhaps blaming human traffickers is simply a way to rebrand the hope of Brandon's eventual return. If he is indeed alive and being held somewhere, then there's always that slim chance that he might escape, and that he and his parents will someday be reunited. Frankly, the alternative is too grim to contemplate, because if true, it means that one night, after making a relatively simple mistake, a promising young man was snatched away from this world, and his loving parents, who will forever grieve his loss, were listening at the exact moment it happened. The internet's absolutely filled to the brim with people discussing obscure oddities from the past, old and often disturbing relics from a less connected time. An eerie missing persons broadcast of someone who may never have existed. An uncanny image of a sliced off head hidden inside a video game glitch that looks a little too real. The unknown identity of a celebrity on an old fabric print. Given their cryptic nature, many of these unexplained artifacts become the obsession of small online communities. Groups form. Theories and information get shared around. Some catch the attention of the wider internet, and before you know it, hundreds or even thousands of people have joined the hunt for the truth. Soon, it becomes difficult to separate fact from fiction. In this episode, we'll be exploring a handful of such digital urban legends. Starting with this. On the 3rd of June 2020, a post appeared on RBI, a subreddit dedicated to investigating and solving crimes and mysteries, both big and small. But something about this particular post, made by a user, It's Kmart, caught the RBI community's attention, and continues to be the subject of speculation to this very day. It was simply titled, "Any idea what's happening in this photo?" According to OP, someone in a true crime discussion group found an empty photo album at a Goodwill in Washington state. Only, when they flicked through the pages, they realized it wasn't actually empty at all. Inside was this one solitary photograph. The image, which looks to have been taken back in the 70s or 80s, shows two men in a shallow stream. When enhanced, the scene becomes a lot clearer. The figure on the left is laying on his stomach, with his head just above the water, and his hands and feet bound with duct tape and possibly a zip tie. The figure on the right, whose hands are also tied behind his back, and whose mouth may be taped over too, is sitting upright, and looks to have just had his head dunked under the water. His shirt appears to have been torn at the shoulder. The shadows of what appears to be a jeep door and a third man can be seen on the ground. Many believe the man's holding something, possibly a rifle. Others seem to think that he's dragging another person on the ground. The final thing of note is that the picture appears to have been taken from within a car. the dark spots along the bottom may have been caused by the vehicle's interior, door lock, and wing mirror. Given the disturbing nature of the photo, the woman who found it claims to have given it to the police, though as it stands, the scene remains unexplained. When and where had this photo been taken? Who was the man behind the camera? And, most importantly, were the men in the water in peril or not? Since so little concrete information exists about the image's background, the good people over at RBI began throwing their own theories in the ring. The main one, of course, being that these two men were the victims of a serial killer, or, more likely given the camera setup, a duo of killers. The men had been tied up against their will, forced into the stream, and were then either tormented or slain. Those responsible photographed the entire incident as it unfolded for their own sick amusement, with there possibly being more photos like this one still out there somewhere in the world. Though how this particular one came to end up in a book in Goodwill remains unknown. Shortly after this photo was brought to Reddit's attention, user Groundbreaking Bad made a rather haunting discovery. In their words, "This missing person from Alabama looks a bit like the guy sitting up, Christopher Noel Lorette. He went missing in 1977 and worked for Otis Engineering, and could explain the work style uniform. His work truck was found wrecked in Texas with someone else inside. Of note, there's a long creek in the town where the guy disappeared from, Bruton. It's called Murder Creek, and if you Google image search it, you'll see it's pretty shallow in places. It also has some sandy, dry banks." Indeed, Christopher does seem to bear a strong resemblance to the man in the right of this image. The date he vanished also matches up with the age of the photo. However, there is still debate whether the right-hand figure is male, and without even being sure of that, it's hard to even speculate on their identity or link them to any missing person reports. This being a legitimate snuff photo is, of course, the darkest theory, but if true, it also raises a few other questions. The most interesting being, who developed the photo? Processing a reel of film with an image like this on is risky, and is almost certainly going to raise alarm bells. Just look at the case of Lam Kor Wan, aka the Hong Kong Butcher, who photographed his dismembered victims and was caught out by the authorities after he tried to have the film processed at a lab. After the technician tipped off the cops, they waited for Lam to come and pick up his photos. Lam claimed to have been picking up the photos for a friend, only for one of the officers to coldly reply, "You don't have any friends." Detectives searched Lam's apartment and found other photos of women's body parts, along with Tupperware boxes containing female organs. That's a story for another day, but it does illustrate an important point. That if the cameraman behind this image really had taken the lives of these men, then he had almost certainly developed the picture himself. As mentioned, the woman who discovered the photo claims to have given it to the authorities. So, unless investigators ever release information to the public, there's no way for us to get a look at the back of the photo and see if there are any watermarks, roughly cut corners, or any other signs to indicate where and how the image was developed. Of course, the other theories surrounding the picture's origin are far more innocent. Some believe it was taken on the set of a low-budget horror movie, one with questionable safety measures. Others say that this was all part of a military training exercise, though the irregular outfits and haircuts may suggest otherwise. Perhaps then, this was a fraternity hazing. That would explain the matching red shirts, the frat house colours maybe. Though saying that, some even think that the photo is double exposed, and that the two figures in the water are actually the same person, hence their similar attire. The final theory to mention is the simplest, that the image was taken by a group of friends goofing around outside. Let's face it, that's the least exciting solution, and a small, morbid part of you doesn't want that to be the answer, but perhaps the truth really is that straightforward. Well, for the sake of these two men, I sincerely hope that is the reality behind this photo. Because, if not, then it shows a scene of pure horror, and perhaps even the final moments of 2 unknown homicide victims. I spend a lot of time online searching for online mysteries like the ones I'm sharing with you today, and if there's one thing I've realized, it's that prying eyes are always trying to get a peep at that valuable information of yours. In order to keep our data safe, we need to make sure we're protected, and that's why I'm excited to be partnering with today's sponsor, Aura. Aura is an easy-to-use app that includes everything you need to stay safe online in one neat package. Their VPN allows you to stay internet anonymous by keeping your browsing history and personal info safe and encrypted. Their all-in-one service helps you fight back against websites that make your personal details public by automatically requesting that they remove your info. That means far less robocalls. Aura protects you from scammers and hackers by scanning the dark web and looking for your emails, passwords, and social security numbers that someone may be selling. If Aura finds anything, it'll alert you fast. For added protection, they even give you near real-time alerts on suspicious credit inquiries, say if someone was trying to open up a credit card or a loan in your name. Aura's packed with loads of other essentials too, including antivirus protection, parental controls, and a password manager. You may already have an app that does one of those things, but with Aura, you won't have to download and pay for a bunch of separate apps. Right now, Aura are offering all of my viewers a 2-week free trial. Simply go to aura.com/lazy, or click the link in my description, or scan the QR code on screen, and let Aura do the hard work of keeping you safe online. On the evening of August 3rd, 2009, a tall and emaciated woman named Gabriela Rico Jimenez was caught on camera acting erratically outside the Fiesta Inn, a luxury hotel on Ocampo Street in Monterrey, Mexico, screaming at police officers and onlookers. Some of them recorded the woman as she angrily and earnestly made some very strong allegations against some very well-known individuals. Allegations of murder, secret societies, and cannibalism. After several minutes of ranting, Gabriela was forced into the back of a police vehicle and driven away from the scene. The following morning, local TV stations aired her entire diatribe. Here's an abridged version of what Gabriela said outside the hotel. "I want my freedom," she screamed. "I was in Mexico City for a year and 4 months. All this began back in mid-2001. They were young and powerful, and they killed them. What I wanted was my freedom. I want my freedom. Carlos Slim knew about this. I want my freedom. It hurts my soul that they took him away. Leave me alone. They've already taken me to the police station, and they told me they know nothing. They took me to the general hospital. You were there. You killed Mourinho. The police asked me, who did they kill? The Queen of England? The Queen of Germany? Did they kill Mickey Mouse? They were mocking me. They ate humans," she screamed. "Humans! I wasn't aware of anything. Of the murders, yes. But they ate humans. They smell like human flesh. You're not going to take me away until we clear this up. You are not taking me. You already took me there, so you could make a copy of me. Let me go." In summary, Gabriela was declaring to the world that she had been held captive by some sort of powerful underground group, one that partook in cannibalism, and that the authorities were helping to cover up their activities by eliminating whistleblowers. Now, in most cases, people who go on rants like this in public are typically having a mental health crisis, or under the influence of a substance. But this incident stood out to viewers and internet users for a couple of reasons. Firstly, because Gabriella's outburst followed a coherent and captivating narrative. And secondly, because Gabriella wasn't just anybody. She was a well-known supermodel, hence why she was so skinny, and why news stations aired her segment in the first place. Her career had apparently taken her to the runways of Mexico City, Paris, and New York, and she was even said to have appeared on TV shows and in magazines. She wasn't exactly Kate Moss levels of famous, but she was known. At least, that's what was originally reported by the media. Indeed, many social media users still claim to remember seeing Gabriella on television prior to her rant. As of right now, if you Google search the name Gabriela Rico Jimenez, you won't find any information about her modeling career. In fact, you won't find any official record of her existence at all, rather than the video of her outburst. Of the few blogs and articles that do still mention her past career, their reference links all lead to sites that are either broken or have been taken down. Aside from her rant in Monterrey, almost nothing else about her exists online. This has led to many people speculating that Gabriela Rico Jimenez has been wiped from the internet entirely. But as well as her supposed modeling career, some believe that Gabriella herself has been erased. Since being taken away by the authorities that night in 2009, Gabriella supposedly went missing and hasn't been seen or heard from since. Her whereabouts and well-being remain a mystery. With all that in mind, it's easy to see why this video has since become a rumor magnet and something of an urban legend on internet forums. There are many who believe that Gabriella's outburst may have been more than just nonsense rambling. They say that although her claims do sound wild, there could be more truth behind them than people want to acknowledge. Namely, that she had just escaped from a human trafficking ring and was exposing the nefarious activities of Mexico's rich and powerful elite. Activities that involved eating human flesh. Listening through her rant that night in Monterrey, she name-dropped Carlos Slim. Carlos Slim was the richest man in the world at the time. Given her supermodel status, Gabriella would have brushed shoulders with Mexico's high rollers. It's not entirely out of the question that she would have met Carlos Slim too. In fact, some sources even reported that at one point, Gabriella was dating Carlos Slim's son. That is, before those sources mysteriously vanished from the web. Gabriella also mentioned a man named Mourinho, who she implied had been murdered by the authorities to help protect the sinister underground group of elites. In all likelihood, Gabriella was referring to Juan Camilo Mourinho Torazo, a high-ranking Mexican politician whose Learjet crashed into Mexico City during rush hour, shortly before Gabriella made her rant. 14 people are confirmed to have lost their lives in the crash, including Mourinho, all the other passengers on board the plane, and 6 people at Ground Zero. Netizens began speculating whether Carlos Slim was somehow affiliated with the shady elite club of cannibals, whether Mourinho was going to expose them, whether the police had taken care of him at the request of Carlos Slim and his clubmates, and whether they made Gabriella disappear too. After all, if there ever was a person who could make someone disappear, it would surely be the richest man in the world. One of the most widely discussed twists in this case came a few weeks after the supermodel disappeared, when a law student visiting a police station claimed to have seen Gabriella. Keeping his identity secret to protect his family and reputation, he wrote on an online forum, quote, "At that time, I was in the same place where the girl was taken after being arrested. I still remember her face, so full of despair, fear and anguish. I approached her and asked her some questions, if she knew where she lived, etc. She told me that we were all already dead, and that we belonged to them, among some other very strange things. After 20 minutes of being with her, some tall, well-dressed men arrived. They practically forced me out of there. I asked why they were doing all of this, if this was just a girl with a mental disorder. I asked where they were taking her. They told me it was none of my business, and that it was for my own good that I leave. When I walked away, they stopped me and asked me what she had told me. I only replied, "Crazy things." The next day, I went to the high officials of the ministry and told them about what had happened. They just laughed and said, "Really? She doesn't exist. She never existed. And you don't work here." I think it's important to take this account with a grain of salt, seeing how the writer is just some anonymous person on the internet. In fairness, I think it's important we take this whole urban legend with several teaspoons of salt as well. The way I see it, there's a lot of big claims, and not a lot of evidence supporting them. If Gabriella was such a famous model prior to this clip, why hasn't anyone come forward with some physical media showing her as a model? An old magazine, or a recording of a fashion show? If you dig deep enough into the Gabriela Rico Jimenez mystery, you'll find people discussing other rumors too. From Gabriella being taken to some sort of MK Ultra facility, to her being buried at a cement factory owned by Carlos Slim, to there being other reports of a group of elites in Mexico that snatch up children from the streets and feast on them at lavish parties in underground complexes. I've even seen people discussing celebrity cloning. Apparently, a lot of people believe that elites clone celebrities for a number of purposes. Attractive companions, designer meat, that sort of thing. Ultimately, I can find very little evidence supporting any of these theories. But then again, seeing how Gabriella was said to have been scrubbed from the internet, I wouldn't be able to, would I? It is true that Gabriella's whereabouts and well-being remain a mystery, and that we don't know what happened to her after she was taken away. Given Monterrey's history, this wouldn't be the first time something sinister was uncovered there. The city seems to be a hotbed of violence, especially when it comes to the treatment of women. Just think back to my video on Debony Escobar. But that doesn't necessarily mean that Gabriella was silenced by some secret society. Maybe no other news stations followed up on her case after the rant, hence the lack of info. Maybe the supposed reports of Gabriella being a supermodel were nothing more than stories, shared around so often that they've been accepted as truths. Or maybe, just maybe, the urban legends are true, and Gabriella was exposing Mexico's most rich and powerful. Whether the theories hold credence, or whether Gabriella was simply unwell, I hope for her sake she's okay now, and getting whatever help she needs. Because the alternative is much too grisly to contemplate. On September 29th, 2016, at approximately 8:45 AM, a New Jersey Transit commuter train came hurtling into Hoboken Terminal, one of the busiest stations in the US. The train, which didn't attempt to brake as it entered the station, crashed into the terminal during the morning rush hour at high speed. 114 passengers on board were injured, including the driver, and one person standing on the platform was killed by falling debris as parts of the roof collapsed. She was Fabiola Bitter de Kroon, an attorney and mother of one who had just moved to Hoboken. After an official inquiry, it was determined that the train operator fell asleep at the controls due to undiagnosed sleep apnea. He awoke after the impact with no memory of how it had happened. So as it turned out, this was nothing more than an unfortunate accident, which sadly nobody could have predicted. Or could they? Here's where things get weird. The day before the incident, a nearby upstate New York TV station called WKTV was broadcasting their evening programs as normal, when suddenly, at 6:18 PM, an unexpected emergency alert appeared at the top of the screen. It read, "Civil authorities have issued a hazardous materials warning for the United States, effective until September 29th, 2:16 AM, EDT. Could you, on a train, wait for further instructions?" Okay, that's pretty wild. Remember, this alert appeared on screen one day before the train incident at Hoboken Station. Needless to say, this got a lot of people online theorizing about the Dr. Seuss alert. Namely, that this was a go signal for whoever really caused the Hoboken train crash. After the alert appeared on screen, WKTV tweeted that the alert had been a technical error and that no such warning was meant to air. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, had scheduled a nationwide alert test to take place on that day, though no alerts were actually meant to air on screen for viewers to see. Something had simply gone wrong in the process, and those tuned in got to see the test. The fact that the alert referenced a train, and that a real train incident occurred in New Jersey the following morning, was simply a chilling coincidence. However, later that evening, WKTV made another announcement. FEMA replied that they did not send this alert out. They'll launch an investigation into how their codes were hacked. WKTV seems to be the only target of this hack. For now, we've disabled the codes in our decoder that trigger this alert. As it would turn out, stations across the entire country did indeed air alerts at the same time as WKTV on September 28th, though not a single other one of them said, "Would you, could you" on a train, or referenced a train at all. FEMA later stated that the WKTV alert was written by a developer as part of their nationwide test event, and that there was no ill intent behind the message. It was just a gibberish sentence that he had made up, only meant to be seen by the network's operators, not by the public. Still, that explanation hasn't stopped people online discussing how odd the alert was, especially considering the events that quickly preceded it. Would you, could you, on a train? The message and timing are just too suspicious to ignore. So what do you think? Was the emergency alert just an eerie coincidence? Or was there something more sinister at play? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments. A huge thank you to all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters: Aaron McKee, Alex Greensall, Anya Yekaterina Faustov, Asia Mina, Azriel Warakai, Brad Hammer 33, Cassidy Simpson, Chief Kochwake, Clayton Thompson, Colin Monsma, Connor Lotham, Dustin and Tiffany Vanderpool, George Lopez. I'm from the UK, and as you probably know, it gets a little wet here. Living in London, it's a struggle finding a pair of shoes to keep my feet dry, which is why I'm excited to introduce today's sponsor, Vessi, who make the best shoes for both winter and wet weather. Vessi's Stormburst range aren't just stylish, they're 100% waterproof, with a lugged rubber outsole for extra grip on slippery surfaces, and added lining inside for extra warmth in the cold. All that protection from the elements won't slow you down either. They're lighter than boots, and slip on and off easily. They're made from Dymatex, a super soft knit material that's both durable and breathable, so they keep your feet warm in the chilly months, but cool in the summer. I can pop them on in the morning, walk around town in them all day, and not worry about all the puddles soaking through to my socks. Honestly, it's nice to have a pair of go-to shoes you can wear without a second thought, and know they're suitable for whatever nature throws at you. Vessi also have loads of other styles you can choose from, in a range of colours, so there really is a pair for everyone. Check out Vessi's Stormburst and all of their other shoes at vessi.com/Lazy Masquerade. Get your Vessi sneakers in the size you want right now, and use code Lazy Masquerade for 15% off your entire order. On the afternoon of January 29th, 1991, 9-year-old Lee Hyung-ho was seen playing on a park swing set in his home country of South Korea. Hyung-ho often joined his friends at that very same park during his walks home from school, and often stayed there late into the afternoon. Yet, on that particular occasion, one observer noticed that Hyung-ho happened to be playing there all by himself. And little did they know, but that would mark one of the last times he would ever be seen alive. Hyung-ho lived in the affluent Seoul suburb of Gangnam with his father, Lee Yu-shi, who earned a generous salary as a financial executive. At around 8 p.m. that day, Lee Yu-shi realized that his son still hadn't returned home from school. He and Lee's stepmother went out to look for him, making sure to tick off all their son's usual hangout spots. But the boy was nowhere to be found. They began telephoning the parents of Hyung-ho's school friends, but when they were told that none of them had seen him, they reported the boy missing. An officer was dispatched to the Lee household in order to take a statement from the couple. Yet, during his visit, there was an unexpected and horrifying development. The Lee's phone began to ring. When Yu-shi picked it up, a single, ophidian voice began to hiss on the other end of the line. Lee Hyung-ho is with me. You have 48 hours to raise a ransom of 70 million won. Await further contact, and do not involve the police. Do you understand? Yu-shi replied yes, and the caller hung up. In direct contradiction with the kidnapper's orders, Lee Yu-shi immediately told the visiting officer what had just happened. And after contacting his superiors, Seoul investigators sprang into action. Using a variety of different covers and disguises, they outfitted the Lee's home with a number of recording and monitoring devices. Ultimately, though, they were forced to simply sit back and wait for Hyung-ho's captor, whom they began calling the Snake, to contact the house again. They didn't have to wait long. On the morning of January 31st, the Lee family received another phone call. Yu-shi immediately recognized the serpent-like voice on the other end of the line. I know you contacted the police. The officers listening in on the phone call were astounded. They had taken every precaution to ensure their invisibility, and yet, somehow, this snake was onto them. Lee Yu-shi took the initiative and insisted that neither he nor his wife had been in contact with law enforcement. Lee Hyung-ho's stepmother then chimed in, swearing on her life that they had obeyed his instructions to the letter. When the voice on the other end of the line simply hung up, both the cops and Lee's parents descended into a panic. But their lie had paid off. The snake's accusation had been a bluff, and the passionate insistence of the Lees had convinced him that they were playing ball. After around an hour, the snake called back and instructed the Lees to deliver the 70 million won to a parking lot near Seoul's Gimpo Airport. The Lees immediately did as they were told, loading the cash into the trunk of their car, but not without an added special delivery. Along with the cash, a police officer hid himself in the tiny trunk, just in case a very literal inside man was required to catch the snake. He was joined by a team of undercover cops who tailed the Lees to the airport. Following their arrival, the snake instructed the Lees to travel to Seoul City Hall, then again to a theater on Chungmuro Road. He repeated this process a grand total of 16 times, continuously telling them to meet him at different locations. But in the end, he refused to meet the Lees personally to collect the ransom. Frightened and dismayed, the missing boy's parents were forced to return home for a restless night, and were exhausted the next morning when the phone once again began to ring. This time, Hyung-ho's captor instructed the boy's stepmother to drive the ransom money to a prominent local newsstand at exactly 2:30 a.m. Accompanied by a police surveillance team, Lee's stepmother waited at a safe distance to ensure that this time the exchange would take place. But to their frustration, the snake didn't show. The Lees were forced to wait until February 5th, a full week after their son had gone missing, for the kidnapper to once again contact them. This time, they were told that instructions would no longer be delivered by telephone, but rather by text messages and handwritten notes. The first text message they received instructed them to go to a secluded part of the city. There, the Lees found a note. On that piece of paper, the snake had written 2 bank account numbers registered with Hanil Bank, along with instructions to transfer 20 million won to each account, On the advice of the police, the Lees only half obeyed the snake's instructions and transferred only one of the ransom payments to the listed accounts. They attached their own note, implying that the rest would be transferred on the return of Hyung-ho. When the snake didn't reprimand them for the move, it was interpreted as proof that the boy was still alive. The Lees had to wait another week for Hyung-ho's captor to contact them again. This time, however, he instructed the boy's grandfather, Lee Rusil, to clamber under the pier of Seoul Bridge on 88th Avenue at exactly 8 p.m. On this occasion, the Lees weren't so quick to follow the man's instructions and demanded to speak with their missing son first. They were aggressively shot down by the kidnapper, who told them to shut up and obey his demands if they valued their son's life. Scared into submission, the Lees followed the next set of instructions, which involved traveling to the southern section of Yanghua Bridge. Once they arrived, they were to place the money on the bridge before leaving the area entirely. The Lees followed the commands to the letter. Only, instead of filling a bag with the remaining ransom money, only the top layer of cash was genuine. The rest were fake bills used by negotiators during hostage situations. The package was to serve as nothing but bait, and it was bait that the snake would finally respond to. But at the crucial moment of truth, the police somehow screwed up the entire operation. At around 10:15 p.m., just as the vigilance of the police surveillance teams began to slip, the snake drove over to the bridge, grabbed the package, and fled before he could be apprehended. The police were so badly caught off guard that they failed to even record the vehicle's license plate.
장소가 엉뚱한 곳으로 됐기 때문에 와서 보니까 이미 돈은 없어진 상태였죠. 그래서 시간이 약 한 3-4분 가량 될 겁니다.
As word of the failure spread up the chain of command, they knew they'd be held to pay, both from their superiors and the snake. Within the hour, a call had been placed to Lee Yu-shi's personal telephone. It seems you don't want to get your son back. This is the last time we'll contact you. Lee Yu-shi began pleading for another chance, but it was too late. The snake hung up and remained true to his word. In response, the Korean police moved to freeze both accounts listed on the previous note, ensuring the 20 million won ransom could never be withdrawn. Days later, the manager of a bank branch in central Seoul contacted law enforcement, claiming a man had just fled from his premises after being refused access to one of the frozen accounts. One of the tellers gave a description of the man, but it proved too vague, and the police turned to the bank surveillance cameras for more clues. Yet, while forensic analysts pored over the bank's CCTV footage, a shocking and heartbreaking discovery was made near Han River Park. Lying in a drainage channel was the body of 9-year-old Lee Hyung-ho. The boy's eyes, nose, and mouth were all covered in black duct tape, with his hands and feet bound with nylon rope. The cause of death was determined to be suffocation, with the coroner surmising that Hyung-ho's killer had simply placed some tape over his mouth and nose and watched him writhe and squirm until he ran out of oxygen. It also emerged that the remnants of food found in Hyung-ho's stomach consisted of the same meal he had eaten at his classmate's house the day he disappeared, meaning that in all likelihood, he had been slain on the same day he was taken. For a total of 44 days, Hyung-ho's killer had simply taunted and toyed with his victim's family, knowing full well that they would never see him alive again. In the years that followed Lee Hyung-ho's slaying, numerous composite sketches of the suspect have been produced and circulated. Excerpts of the snake's voice have also been widely distributed in hopes that someone, somewhere, might recognize him. 400 suspects have since been arrested in connection with Hyung-ho's murder, and almost 30,000 people have been questioned. But shockingly, perhaps the number one suspect is actually Lee Hyung-ho's own uncle. It's been rumored that this 29-year-old uncle wished to punish Hyung-ho's father, Lee Yu-shi, for divorcing his sister and denying her custody of their son. According to a vocal analysis performed by the National Institute of Science in Korea, this maternal uncle's voice was 92% similar to that of the snake's. Furthermore, this uncle was also in dire financial straits at the time of the boy's kidnapping, and the names attached to the bank accounts on the ransom note also belonged to friends of that very same uncle. When it was discovered that this uncle wasn't in Seoul on the day of one of the proposed exchanges, it was determined that more than one kidnapper was involved, and that it was probably a whole team working to extract as much money from the Lees as possible. Yet, at the end of the day, theories counted for nothing, and without any solid evidence to convict any potential suspects, the case was doomed to stall and stagnate. Frustratingly, Korean law means that the statute of limitations on Lee Hyung-ho's slaying expired in 2006, so whoever killed him will never be brought to justice. When contacted for an interview in 2011, Lee Yu-shi expressed his disappointment, stating that there should be no restrictions set on the pursuit of murderers. Yet he also added that he valued answers more than justice. Rather than punish my son's killer, I would prefer to ask him, why? Lee Yu-shi stated. But it seems the answer to that question is already clear. Whoever took Lee Hyung-ho's life was violently jealous, despicably greedy, and never intended to redistribute wealth. Instead, they wanted to punish Lee Yu-shi, and to do so, they inflicted a wound which could never, ever heal. Lee Hyung-ho's case has since been adapted into TV dramas and movies, and was the basis for 2007's Voice of a Murderer. Marilyn Bergeon was born in the French-Canadian city of Saguenay. A bright girl, she showed signs of musical talent from a very early age, was fluent in both French and English, and dabbled in Spanish, Russian, and a host of other foreign languages. After graduating from technical college with a media degree, Marilyn moved to Montreal by herself in 2005, leaving her parents back in Quebec City. She worked a variety of jobs, from sales assistant to freelance sound editor, but was ultimately focusing on a job in the finance industry. However, after just a few months of vocational training, Marilyn dropped out of her program to pursue a career as a flight attendant. She told her parents that the job was an opportunity to travel at a heavy discount. She could chase a solid career anytime, but she wanted to explore the world while she was still young. Marilyn's parents later said that such a decision was typical of their daughter, who was often indecisive and reckless. But if she believed that the job would make her happy, her parents supported her decision. In early 2008, however, Marilyn telephoned her mother to explain that she no longer felt safe in Montreal. Her mother asked her why, but Marilyn seemed unwilling or unable to explain. She invited Marilyn to stay with her back in Quebec for a couple of days, but as the weeks went on, Marilyn's short stay at her parents' house turned into a permanent residency. After a few weeks of living with them, Marilyn's parents asked her if she was ready to move back to Montreal. She replied by saying that she never wanted to return to that city as long as she lived. When pressed on why exactly, Marilyn simply burst into tears. Unable to continue living in ignorance, Marilyn's father demanded to know why she was acting so strangely, but she simply refused to give a straight answer. She only assured her increasingly anxious parents that it wasn't to do with drugs, debt, or a toxic relationship. When Marilyn's father asked if anyone had hurt her or attacked her, she suddenly went quiet. Realizing that he was on the right track, he asked if she had been raped. At that point, Marilyn erupted into tears before fleeing to her bedroom. Convinced that this was the reason for her behavior, Marilyn's parents offered to help her file a police report and asked if she knew the man who had attacked her. Yet, to their surprise, Marilyn denied having been attacked at all, and instead told her parents that what she was dealing with was, quote, much, much worse than that. Over time, Marilyn became increasingly withdrawn, and soon stopped communicating with her parents entirely. In turn, her father began researching therapists who may be able to help her, but his efforts would be in vain. Whatever Marilyn was going through, she had reached her breaking point. On the morning of February 17th, 2008, Marilyn told her parents that she was going for a walk. She was wearing suede boots and a long black overcoat with a grey fake fur trim. The only thing that she took with her was her credit card. She left all other identification at home. Just after 11 a.m., Marilyn was caught on CCTV attempting to withdraw $60 from an ATM on the Boulevard de Lumière, but her bank denied the request. That same security footage shows Marilyn looking over her shoulder several times, as if she was concerned that someone was following her or watching her off camera. Where Marilyn went during the next 5 hours remains a mystery. She was next spotted at exactly 4:03 p.m. buying a cup of coffee in Saint-Romuald, a small town just south of Quebec City. The barista at Café de Pau who served her later said that she had an air of sadness about her, but seemed incredibly anxious at the same time. The exchange marked the last time that anyone would see or talk to Marilyn. After that, she dropped off the face of the earth entirely. When Marilyn failed to return home that evening, her parents filed a missing persons report and plastered missing posters all over Quebec City, each promising a handsome reward for any information leading to their daughter's safe return. Hope burned brighter when renowned French-Canadian journalist Claude Poirier got involved. He personally went to the same ATM as Marilyn before she disappeared, and based on the angle she was looking over her shoulder, he deduced that she must have been looking at a car parked on the street outside. While it was possible that Marilyn used public transport to travel to Café de Pau, she wasn't caught on any other CCTV cameras. Her sudden appearance at the cafe suggested that someone had given her a ride. Police theorized that this person could be the key to uncovering Marilyn's whereabouts. Question is, who were they? In the year following Marilyn's disappearance, the authorities begged witnesses to come forward and went so far as to release the ATM surveillance footage. Sadly, this resulted in no new leads. Local law enforcement found this baffling, since Marilyn had last been seen in well-lit, busy public places. Dozens of people had witnessed her final moments. The CCTV footage was testament to that, but bizarrely, not a single person approached the police with any information whatsoever. At least until early 2010, when Claude Poirier uncovered a promising lead. In January of that year, Monsieur Poirier was contacted by a man who claimed to have seen Marilyn in a place called Hawkesbury, just south of the Ottawa River. He recognized her from the ATM footage, but claimed that she had been living peacefully in Hawkesbury for almost a year. As far as he knew, she was happily in a relationship and appeared to have no idea she was missing or that anyone was looking for her. When officers traveled to Hawkesbury to corroborate the man's story, they showed a photograph of Marilyn to some locals at a diner. Many of them claimed to recognize her, with one of them even claiming that she had eaten there on more than one occasion. Believing they were hot on Marilyn's trail, detectives combed Hawkesbury for any sign of her. After just over a week of searching, with no sign of the young woman, they concluded that she must have moved on. Between the years of 2010 and 2017, the investigation into Marilyn's disappearance stagnated, and the case eventually went cold. Marilyn's parents were quick to voice their discontent with the efforts of the local police, and rebuked one detective's claims that they had done their best. In their words, the authorities were refusing to treat Marilyn's disappearance as a criminal case, and instead of murder or trafficking, favored an explanation of voluntary disappearance or suicide. In her parents' opinion, Marilyn must have witnessed some kind of violent or disturbing crime whilst in Montreal. Witnessing it had made her the target of some very powerful, very frightening individuals, meaning she was forced to flee the city. But then, somehow, those same individuals tracked Marilyn down to her parents' house in Quebec, and after following her all the way to a small, suburban town, they silenced her forever. a police spokesperson dismissed the Bergeron family's claims as pure fantasy, and while he empathized with their grief, he said there was likely a much more simple explanation for what happened to their daughter. However, in late 2017, an old college friend of Marilyn's was approached by a journalist. This friend, Jonathan Gauthier, claimed to have discussed Marilyn's problems with her in the days prior to her disappearance. Jonathan said that he and Marilyn had planned to attend a party together one evening when he noticed that same sudden shift in her behavior. After arriving at her apartment to pick her up, Jonathan found Marilyn lying in the dark. When he asked what she was doing, she simply replied, "Thinking." Jonathan said that her mood was briefly lifted by the party's celebratory atmosphere, but at some point during the evening, Marilyn became intensely anxious. She begged him to drive her back to her apartment and wept all the way home. Much like her parents, Jonathan assumed that Marilyn had either witnessed a crime or had been attacked, but again, she denied both possibilities. When pressed for details, Marilyn remained tight-lipped, stating only what she would later repeat to her parents, that the truth was much, much worse than anything Jonathan suggested. "You can't even imagine what I've been through," she said. It felt to Jonathan that if Marilyn were to tell him exactly what had happened, his life would somehow be at risk too. Jonathan's account reignited media interest in Marilyn's case, and as news of her disappearance reached the wider Western world, the investigation began to pick up steam once again. In October of 2022, Canadian investigators announced another possible sighting of Marilyn in Hawkesbury. One of the townsfolk had informed them that back in 2009, in the early hours of a cold December morning, he and his wife had been awoken by an unexpected caller. When they opened their front door, they found a visibly upset young woman standing on their porch, wearing only a light jacket, white t-shirt, jeans, and high heels. This struck the couple as odd. The woman's attire was nowhere near warm enough for the frigid Canadian winter, and yet she didn't seem to feel the cold. They asked how they could help her, and the woman asked to use their phone. The couple invited her in, offering her a towel and a hot drink while she made her call. After failing to get a connection, the woman apologized for the disturbance, then asked for directions to a nearby landmark. She declined the man's offer of a ride, claiming it was close enough to walk and that she wouldn't be out in the cold for long. Then, as quickly as she had arrived, the young woman departed. 3 months later, the couple came across a newspaper article about Marilyn's disappearance and instantly recognized her as the woman who had come to their house that night. Only there was one difference. Marilyn had been a blonde on the night that she had called at their home. Her family have since stated that it wasn't uncommon for Marilyn to change her hair color. But the timing of this final dyeing could hold a deeper significance. If Marilyn feared that she was being followed by someone, she may have changed her hair color to help disguise herself. While Marilyn's family remain convinced that their daughter fell victim to foul play, Canadian detectives are much more open to a theory of voluntary disappearance. Every single day, a surprising amount of people all over the world simply walk away from their lives. It could be due to financial problems, personal conflicts, or just general dissatisfaction, but not everyone who goes missing wants to be found. Marilyn's family are also open to the possibility that she is one of those people, having stated, quote, "If she has a new life and wants to be left alone, we will respect that." But the more you read into this case, the more it becomes clear that something deeper and darker is going on here, and that Marilyn's disappearance may well have a much more sinister explanation. Let me know your thoughts down below. A big thank you to Sam Riding for writing the script for this one, as well as to all of my supporters here on YouTube and over on Patreon, especially my biggest supporters: Corbin Lowick, Jesse Juck, Clayton Thompson, Aaron McKee, Alex Greensaw, Anya Yekaterina Faustov,
Welcome back, swamp folk. I have a fascinating mystery to share today. I promise you, you will love it. This one occurred in the Daisetsuzen National Park, established in December 1934 in the mountainous center of Japan's northern Hokkaido. It's the largest national park in Japan. Its name translates to the Great Snowy Mountains. Before we dive into our actual topic, I want to share an exciting piece of information I discovered in my research. According to a local article, the people of Hokkaido have long revered the Daisetsuzen Mountains as a sacred place. In their native language, it's called Natap Kamoi Sur, which means the mountains towering over the great wetlands. But due to its diverse wildlife and breathtaking views, it is also known by the more affectionate name of God's Playground. A stretch of the park extends across the outer limit of a town called Biei, which is well known for its famous rolling hills. These were created many millions of years ago when the mountains violently erupted, leaving behind volcanic deposits that cooled to form their current scenery. Some of these peaks are still active volcanoes today, such as the one we'll discuss in this episode, Mount Asahidaki, which stands just over 7,500 feet tall, making it the tallest of all 16 peaks. It's located at the park's northern end and features a beautiful hiking trail that is arguably one of the most popular tourist attractions in Daisetsuzen. People travel from all over the world to make this trek, and it's easy to see why. Along the way, landmarks are used as guides. When hikers pass one, it offers reassurance that they are heading in the right direction. The most important of these landmarks is a large boulder named Safe Rock. Its name comes from its resemblance to a safe or a vault, but this landmark has a deadly twin. In the same area sits a second, nearly identical boulder dubbed as False Safe Rock. If someone mistakes it for the real landmark, they will find themselves on a seemingly correct path until realizing they're moving downhill into a swampy valley overgrown with tall, thick bamboo. Once inside, everything is so dense that it becomes difficult to see, and not everyone finds their way back out. The story we're covering today involves multiple lost hikers and a mysterious SOS signal. Everyone knows about SOS signals, right? Just in case you do not, it's a universal code for help. No matter where you are in the world, you can communicate that you're in distress with 3 simple letters. It may sound pretty straightforward, and usually it is, but I promise this time is a bit different. Just settle in and get ready for a lot of twists and turns. To fully appreciate the mystery of the SOS incident, we'll need to begin our story in 1989. 2 hikers went missing on Mount Asahidake. Assuming they followed the wrong trail from False Safe Rock, a police helicopter led the search for the missing men on July 24th. There was no trace of the hikers until just before nightfall when rescuers suddenly spotted a strange SOS sign. Astonishingly, it was made from 19 birch trees that were cut and stacked together, each just over 16 feet long and just under 10 feet wide. They were also placed in a clearing far from the nearest birch trees. Can you imagine what it would take to put something like this together? Seriously, just think about it for just a rational second. It's a relatively important part of the case that will ultimately play a significant role in determining which side you choose. According to online sources and Wikipedia, the searchers quickly turned back to land, and while there was still no sign of the missing hikers. At first, though hungry and dehydrated, they had no severe injuries and were none the worse for wear, especially considering their circumstances. They were given food and water on the way to the hospital where they could fully recover. When officers later praised them for making such a clever SOS sign, without which they indeed would not have been found, the hikers had no clue what they were actually talking about. This was completely unexpected. If they had not made the sign, then that begs the obvious question, who the heck did? I want to note here that some accounts vary as to whether or not this conversation happened in the helicopter or while the 2 men recovered in the hospital. The details are a little bit lost in translation, so I do apologize. Regardless, it was quickly confirmed that the rescued hikers had not, in fact, made the SOS sign. They weren't even aware that it had existed. Then came the chilling realization that if these 2 hikers had not made the sign, someone else clearly had. Someone who was still down there, potentially needing help. Before we move on to the next search, can we take a moment to appreciate what an insane stroke of luck this was for our two missing hikers who did make it out alive though? Without even knowing the sign was there, they just happened to be close enough to reach the investigating rescuers. And had anything gone differently that day, it's possible the sign wouldn't have been discovered at all. Don't forget, they only found it just before nightfall. Given the late hour, the search party could not return until the following morning, but it was back in full force at daybreak. Kenji Iwamura. The SOS sign was located 2.5 miles away from the peak of Asahidake, and an extensive search of the area was conducted. It wasn't long before a gruesome discovery was made as the authorities began collecting bones scattered around the sign. They were old, broken, and bore traces of animal bites, some of which may have occurred while the victim was even still living. Then, in a separate area, but still within a few hundred feet of the sign, police discovered a hole just large enough to fit a single person inside. It contained an unusual assortment of items, such as amulets, a human skull, a tripod, 2 cameras, a notebook, and a pair of men's basketball shoes. But the most important discoveries were concealed within a backpack. They were a tape recorder with 4 cassettes and a driver's license belonging to Kenji, a 25-year-old office worker from Aichi Prefecture, and had been missing since July 10th, 1984. Kenji had set out on his own hike up Mount Asahidake, but when he failed to appear for work a week later, his parents reported him as missing. Unfortunately, no trace of Kenji was ever found until this discovery, 5 years later. At first, the cassette tapes seemed to feature nothing more than theme songs of the time's popular anime. But once listening, the authorities made another unbelievable discovery. Kenji recorded a final message over part of one of the tape's original contents. A statement in which he desperately begs for help that will never arrive. Even though the message was recorded in Japanese, the man's panic and desperation transcends any language barrier. The original clip is said to be over 2 minutes long, but the part of the message that translates to, "I'm on a cliff and can't move. SOS, help me. I'm at the spot where I first saw the helicopter. The bamboo grass is too deep, and I can't go anywhere. Please lift me from here." Now, considering the message specifically said SOS, you may presume he was the one to create the sign, and maybe he was. But this theory has several problems. First, however, we'll get through the official story, and then we'll break down all of the discrepancies at the end. Before we move on though, I will play a quick snippet of the part that I just translated for you so you can hear the actual desperation yourself in the voice. As for the human remains, the skull seemed to fit with the bones found earlier in the day, and everything was transferred to Asahikawa Medical University for examination. Honestly, this was just protocol at that point. The apparent conclusion is that the remains belonged to Kenji, and again, maybe they do, but initially medical reports determined it would be a woman between the age of 20 to 40 years old with type O blood. These findings would only be corrected when this incident began to attract the wrong kind of attention. In the days it took to reach this conclusion, the world fell in love with the story. Everyone followed it closely, hanging on to every detail. The sheer ingenuity behind the sign was impressive enough. I mean, experts estimated it would take at least 2 days and considerably more effort than a weak, possibly starving man would have. But that's one of the things we'll come back to. Authorities were able to confirm Kenji owned specific items in the backpack, such as the anime cassette tapes, and that he wore the same size shoes as the ones found in the hole. It's understandable how one would conclude that these remains belonged to Kenji, but when those results came back, and suddenly it was much more difficult to accept that this was a neatly closed case. Investigators wanted to believe there were 2 men and a woman involved, but there was no record of a missing female, and Kenji was known to be alone when he ventured up the mountain. Plus, if he had met someone along the way, doesn't it seem likely he would have indicated others were also in need of rescue when he was recording the request to be airlifted off the cliff? Many were beginning to feel that Kenji's mention of the SOS was more likely to be a coincidence. We'll probably never know for sure, But these questions led to a great confusion in the investigation and the media coverage. The more Japanese officials insisted the case was solved, the more backlash they would initially receive. Now we're going to move on to some more conspiracy-filled theories, since all the information we actually have is kind of dried up at this point. To the world's great surprise, on February 28, 1990, the Asahikawa East Police Station announced a complete re-examination of the remains had been performed, and new findings concluded they belonged to a male with type A blood, or in other words, Kenji. Make of that what you will. It feels a bit, suspicious to me. The Japanese aren't exactly known for being open and honest with their investigations, but it's only fair to hear both sides. And a Reed Cash article does report that mistakes on such a grand scale can happen often enough in medical universities. At the very least, it's not impossible, you know? So let's take a closer look at the sign itself instead. Today, this story is considered one of the more excellent internet mystery classics, and the ingenuity behind the sign is one of the main reasons that people are so obsessed with this. When it was constructed, the only thing we can say for certain is that the Japan Forest Agency and the Japan Geographical Authority checked previous aerial photos taken in September 1987. They could confirm the sign was already there. They also studied records from 1982, but these photographs lacked the enormous SOS signal. Experts estimated it was likely at least 2 days and significantly more energy than a weak, possibly starving man would even possess. Each of the 19 logs seemed to have been cut with an axe, yet no axe or any such cutting tool has ever been recovered from the site. Does that mean one doesn't exist? No, of course not. But the area has been thoroughly searched on multiple occasions. Oddly, it would be the only item to remain lost. Plus, don't forget how big the logs themselves were. 16 feet long and 10 feet wide sections of birch tree must weigh several hundred pounds. Maybe closer to 1,000 if you want to be realistic. I find it challenging to believe Kenji would be able to drag such sections of wood into the clearing, especially when the autopsy report specifically described him as very frail. It would have been quite literally impossible for him to do alone. As for why Kenji would specifically mention SOS in the recording, one interesting observation made by anime fans is that Osamu Tezuka's Astro Boy features a famous scene in which fallen trees are arranged into the shape of an SOS, or perhaps, unlike the two missing hikers, Kenji had previously seen the enormous sign, and it was simply on his mind. Either way, it's widely accepted that he recorded these messages intending to play them back for rescuers should he be discovered after becoming too debilitated to speak. Now, assumably, batteries would last longer than your own lung capacity. Those who disagree with this theory do believe the tape recorder was switched on by accident while the man was screaming for help. But I disagree. His message was exact, as it's giving somebody a specific instruction. It's not mindless cries for help. Of course, some question whether the man in the recording is Kenji or not as well. When his parents heard the recording, they could not confirm it was their son's voice. Is it because it wasn't their son, or is it because grieving parents have a hard time accepting the loss of a child? It's also worth noting that the sound quality of the cassette tape isn't exactly what we're used to hearing today. While yes, the cassettes were in pretty good condition and played rather fine, there's only so much a cassette recorder can do for a desperate, panicked man trying to record what he knows may be his last message. Furthermore, according to Kenji, he was trapped atop a cliff, needing to be airlifted out, but yet his bones were discovered out in the open. It's speculated he eventually reached a point where he simply wanted to descend to the mountain any way possible, but when he climbed down to this last cliffside, he could not proceed any further or turn back. However, this argument is often met with the fact that Kenji could have easily changed his mind after recording the message. Eventually, he would have accepted the helicopter wasn't returning, and at that point he may have become desperate enough to continue his descent. Though this leaves us with even more questions. Would he have had enough energy to undertake such a task and constructing that sign? Primarily, if the climb down was responsible for his fractured bones, one fracture was found on a leg bone and the other was in his upper body. With all that said, that's still not the end of it. What about Mother Nature herself? We know this sign already existed in September of 1987, but how long can something like that sit out in the open elements without suffering overgrowth? How can it endure the extreme mountain weather conditions of heavy snow and rain yet still be perfectly visible for such an extended period? Investigators only stated that the logs looked too old and were partially submerged in mud. Is it more likely that someone constructed the sign after Kenji's death but before the two missing hikers in 1989? Because there are still plenty who believe Kenji is still responsible despite these contradictions. And unfortunately with that, there's not too much more I can cover without kind of running in circles and just covering theories that kind of are based off other theories, and, I don't want to waste our time. So with that, what do you guys think is going on here? Maybe it's not the pretty staggering evidence that it seems to be at first glance. What do you think? Did Kenji make the sign, or did someone come along after him? Did the bones actually belong to a missing woman, or are they actually Kenji's? Were Kenji's bones never found? Could those body parts be less of a match than we thought? Did the medical university receive two different results based on which bone was tested? Let's hope the mistakes weren't taken that far, right? Seriously, this was actually a very fascinating case to research, and I highly recommend viewing the articles for yourself if you want to learn more. But first, you have to let me know what you think in the comments. Shrek will be angry if you don't, of course. We gotta stay safe out here in these swampy streets. While you're at it, be sure to slap that like button, be sure to subscribe if you're new, and turn on notifications as I upload brand new videos nearly every day on cases just like this. Thank you guys, as always. This was definitely one of the more interesting ones. I'm having a lot of fun jumping over into the international waters, and translating things can be a little tough, but hopefully we're doing a good job over here and you're enjoying them. I'll see you all soon with another creepy episode. No matter where you go in the great outdoors, Mother Nature holds a list of dangers. There is no shortage of ways to get hurt, lost, or killed while out in the great outdoors, and these viewers sent in their allegedly true experiences with these said encounters. As always, if you have a story that you would like to share in a future episode, be sure to submit it at swampdweller.net or at r/thedarkswamp on Reddit. This episode is sponsored by ShipStation. ShipStation is very useful, especially for myself and definitely during the challenging holiday season when I am getting more and more orders for hoodies, beanies, and t-shirts than I ever do throughout the year, and I'm very grateful to all of you for that. But ShipStation helps me know that I can run my business stress-free and making sure that everybody gets their items on time. ShipStation effortlessly integrates everywhere you sell online, including Amazon, Etsy, eBay, Shopify, and more. You can manage every order from one simple dashboard, automate routine shipping tasks, print shipping labels, and easily compare rates and delivery times to optimize every shipment. With the best discounts in the industry, you'll never wonder if you're getting the best rates ever again. So join me and many others in the swamp today. Get up to 86% off USPS and UPS rates. And if that's not enough, use my promo code to try ShipStation for free for 2 months. Use promo code SWAMPED today at ShipStation to sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com, promo code SWAMPED. Bulgarian Cabin Experience by Eilat. My family owns a cabin in the mountains of Bulgaria. It is my favorite place to escape the summer. My friends from university have a tradition of going there every August for a few days of excessive drinking. However, until last year, we have not experienced anything out of the ordinary per se. On this particular trip, though, I decided to hire a local man. There was a uranium mining operation in the past close by that was closed down sometime in the 90s, but the workers, about 50 people, still lived in the mining town to paint the tin roof of the hut. Now, there are tales of inbreeding and all kinds of weird stuff going on out in this area. So when I met the man, I had a slight chill for a moment when we spoke with him. He was clearly an alcoholic and didn't seem all there. His face was weathered and he was dirty. Anyway, after doing the job, I paid him, gave him a bottle of rakia, which is a traditional Bulgarian alcohol, and he went on his way. After that, me and my friend spent the rest of the night drinking around the campfire. Then, sometime around midnight, the uneasy feeling of being watched from the woods began to wash over me, which was too bad because I had to visit the bathroom, which in this case was an outhouse right next to the woods behind us. So I tried to brush off my paranoia and did whatever I could to stave it down deep so I could get some courage. I went out, and not even a minute afterwards, someone was banging on the door, which I thought it was one of my friends playing a prank on me. Hence, I called out to them to knock it off, and imagine my surprise when they answered from a distance. At that moment, the person on the other side got more adamant and put a knife in the door's crack. This is when I called out for help and turned on the flashlight on my phone, to which the person on the other side of the door retracted the knife and fled up the hill. My friends were scared absolutely out of their minds, but rushed to my aid nonetheless. Sadly, the perpetrator had fled before they got to me. Afterward, we went into the cabin, grabbed all of our stuff, threw it in the car, and we have not gone back since. I haven't told anyone about this yet. I don't know what that man wanted. I really don't, but I'm terrified. Stranded while fishing by I Can't Spell There. I live in South Florida. I am a natural outdoorsy type of person. I like to walk around in the woods in my area, go fishing, do four-wheeling, etc. I tend to go fishing alone despite my parents always telling me not to, and I usually tell them where I'm going. I often go to places in the middle of nowhere, mainly in fields with little ponds and canals to fish in. I can't remember what exact month it was, but it was back when it got dark around 5:30 to 6 p.m. One day, I decided to pack my poles up and go fishing in this field about 30 minutes from my house. But being that I lived in a small town, that could be quite far, to say the least. I was fishing in a spot relatively close to the road near the entrance, and I was gradually making my way down. Mind you, I know this spot very well, so I know how to get in and out of it. It's like a maze of connecting canals and fields. It's 3:30 and I'm catching fish and getting pretty lucky. But as all anglers know, sometimes the bite wears off, and you move to another spot. So I'm moving further from the entrance, and I remember specific landmarks to remember where I'm at, whether it be an old tractor or a rundown building. Remember when I said I know this place reasonably well? Well, I remember parts that I always go to. I probably should have said that at the beginning, but here we are. So I'm getting to an unfamiliar area, but it's still daytime, so I figured I could remember new landmarks to help me when I'm ready to go. At this point, it's about 5:45 and I'm trying one last spot before I leave. But this spot is in the midst of two different fields that I'm not very familiar with. As I'm going to the site, I hear a hissing sound, like it's coming through the fields, but I brush it off, thinking that it's probably just the music that I'm blasting really loud, or maybe the terrain I'm driving on. So I stopped halfway to the spot to stop and fish again real quickly, but didn't get a single bite. I packed my things, so as I got to the car and reversed the car, I heard a strange noise and noticed the tires were hard to turn. I got up and saw my front two tires were completely flat. Mind you, I'm in the middle of nowhere with two flat tires in the woods. Oh, and did I mention that it was now nighttime? I was never afraid to freak out, but I did get worried. I picked my phone up to call my dad, but to no avail. I had no service and I couldn't even get an SOS out. That made my heart stop for a bit because around this area many bobcats run around these fields. So I just got in the car and began nervously brainstorming on what I should do. I couldn't drive anywhere because of my tires or call anyone, so I'm looking around the car. Sometimes my dad would use my tire pump and would leave it in my trunk. So on my last glimmer of hope, I checked the box, and Lord behold, my tire was in the chest. And what made it even better is that it was USB powered, meaning I didn't have to plug it into an outlet. So I hooked everything up and started pumping the tires, which took quite some time, probably about an hour. Once they were finally fully pumped, I checked to see what caused the flat. I couldn't see anything. However, I did hear the hissing sound that I had heard earlier. I learned that the hissing sound was the sound of my tire losing air. Thankfully, it was a slow leak, so my tire would retain the air just long enough for me to make it home. Now, the only problem is I didn't know where I was, so I was moving around as people did back in the day, carrying your phone around in the air hoping to get a signal, and eventually I did. As soon as I did, I Google mapped my way to find the entrance, and from there I remembered where I was and how to get home. I also forgot to mention that I never told anybody about this. I didn't tell my parents that I was going here this day. It's not something I would normally do, but, I made a mistake this time. So I think what I really learned was always carry a tire pump in your car and always tell someone where you are, because I don't know how my tires were popped. I don't know if somebody stabbed them. I don't know if I ran over something on my way in, but it was definitely a scary situation, and I'm just glad I kept a level head and figured out a way to get home. Voices from the Forest by Anonymous. Naturally, I am a scientifically minded person, and I like to think that I'm rational, and normally I like to come from a place of skepticism if I'm being honest. I'm trying to get some perspective on what happened and explore all avenues because I'm dumbfounded by this experience. My 2 children and I were visiting my parents for dinner, and they lived in the middle of the woods. It's my family home where I grew up. About halfway through the evening, the kids were watching TV inside, and my parents were busy talking in the other room, so I went out to my dad's detached shop to practice pool for a little while. I let them know where I was going before I did this. I'm an avid pool player, and he has a nice table, so I ran some drills for around 30 minutes. After I finished up, I walked out the door to go back into the house, and it was almost dark. Still, some light, but not much. I was halfway to the house when I heard a child's voice in the woods. I couldn't understand what it said, but it was clear as day, and it sounded like it was maybe 100 feet away from me or so. I stopped and looked into the direction it came from, trying to see if perhaps it was one of my kids, and maybe they had gotten outside without me knowing. Then I heard the voice again, which said my name, like it was calling to me. However, it didn't sound like any of my kids, so I yelled back and got no answer in return. I walked towards the woods just a little bit, expecting to see somebody come out, but I never saw a thing. I stood there for quite some time calling before I immediately went back inside to check on my kids to make sure none of them wandered off into the woods. When I go inside, they are still sitting at the same spot watching television. I asked my mom if they were outside, and she said they never went out. Now, from my perspective, my parents live in the middle of nowhere. There are no houses within a mile of them, and no one else has kids in this area, at least none that know me by name. I'm genuinely creeped out by this. Has anyone else ever experienced something similar? Hey Swamp Dweller, I've been listening to your channel for some time now. I got to thinking about how a lot of strange and freaky things have happened to me over my lifetime. I grew up and currently live in a ridiculously small town in upstate New York. When I was a small child, I used to tell my mother about the man that came to play with me and talk to me at night. My dad was the only man around at the time, and he worked night times. So, obviously, this freaked my mother out at the time, as I was only 3 years old. As time went on, I remember always being afraid of my old bedroom. And then one day, after getting home from school, I called for my mother, and I heard her say we are in here. So, I went to her room, and no one was there at all. I thought it was strange, but whatever. I went to use the bathroom, and I distinctly remember hearing a man's voice say my name. I of course told my mother this, and I continued hearing a man call my name throughout the years. Fast forward about 14 years later, and my sister was born. One night around a campfire sharing freaky stories, she said she always heard a man calling her name in the bathroom. My parents still live in this house, and to this day, my own son now is afraid of my mother's bathroom. I suffer from sleep paralysis, and every time I have paralysis, I see a man standing at the foot of my bed, watching me. I cannot help but wonder, is this the same man I have always heard and or played with when I was a young child? My friends and some family members have gotten into ghost hunting around the area. We have some incredibly old graveyards dating back to the 1700s and 1800s. There is one area in the woods full of graves most people do not know is there. We as kids discovered it walking and playing in the woods as kids usually do. We had an older friend who drove at the time. We will call him Jeff for privacy's sake. Jeff would always roughhouse and be crazy with his father's truck in these woods. His friend Alan was terrified of the woods late at night, especially the graveyard. We decided to play a prank on him, and being that we were now teenagers, we decided a perfect place would be the graves. So one night we drove him through the woods by the graves only to find the entire gravesite glowing and lit up. We were incredibly freaked out, and continued driving into an open field where Jeff's truck stalled out on us. We were trying to get the truck started, but as we were trying to get it going again, we heard drums beating very close by. The sound of the drums sounded like it came from the graveyard. We finally got Jeff's truck started up and hightailed it out of there. However, when we passed the graveyard again, it was all dark like nothing was ever there. My friends and I decided to do some ghost hunting on a very haunted hill in upstate New York. There have been countless strange deaths that have occurred there. A long time ago, a witch doctor and her brother were hung in one of the trees that is still standing. I was unaware at the time that we were going to that location. I kept hearing what sounded like a rope swinging in the tree, but there was no rope at all. There was no wind or anything. It was just a calm, sunny summer day in upstate New York. Eventually, we happened upon the witch's gravestone. At this point, my friends tell me we are here, and then tell us all about her backstory. Honestly, I felt bad for her, so I decided to reach out and touch her grave. I instantly became incredibly dizzy. I almost threw up and fell to my knees. Upon research, I found out that I am not the only person who has had that happen to them upon touching the gravestone. We continue to ghost hunt, and we've gone there many times after this. There are miles and miles of forest there. One night we had decided to come back for a ghost hunt and do more of the trails that were in a different area, but still very haunted woods apparently. We had noticed that our cell phone batteries were draining rather rapidly. We thought this was odd. As we were driving, we became lost and unsure what trail we were on at this point. We stopped the car to figure out exactly where we were. As I stated above, a lot of people were losing their life in strange ways in this area. We have heard heavy footsteps approaching our car, but when we looked up and around, there was never anyone there. We had this gut feeling that was just terrible. We knew it was bad. My friend Jackie, for privacy's sake, looked out her window and started screaming. She said there was a man just looking in at her. We did not see him, but we did believe her. We then told her to gas it, as we did not care where we ended up. We just wanted to get away. As she hit the gas, my mother and I looked out the back window and saw what looked like to be a butcher following our car. I told my friend in the front seat who owns land there. She said there used to be a serial killer back in the day that lived in the area. One night, my friends and I decided to do even more ghost hunting, as I really appreciate a good ghost story. I thought I heard something walking toward me in the darkness, and I saw a branch move like someone was moving it out of the way. Everyone in the group was standing near each other, so we were like, feeling safe, you know? We decided to snap a picture with our digital camera, which by the way constantly dies in those woods for some reason. We caught a silhouette of a woman dressed in an old-fashioned style dress, with a child in her arms, and another child clinging to her side. Not too spooky, but pretty cool. We all went to another gravesite, looking for more ghosts, of course. I happened to be standing there with my mom and friends who I always go ghost hunting with. I trust them and they trust me. We always have each other's backs. We had been standing there, and I thought I heard someone talking to me, so I stood still to listen. as I was standing there, it was like I was asleep while being awake at the same time, like I was in some sort of trance, like this very weird state. It was very strange for me. My friend decided to snap a picture thinking I was just standing still looking for a ghost. The next thing I know, my friends are all running and heading for their car, and I'm just standing there still unaware that in the picture my friend snapped, there was a man standing at my shoulder, talking in my ear. Just typing this story gives me the chills. My mom ended up running back for me and dragging me out of my trance-like state. I had no clue the entire time that they had been yelling at me, as I had never heard them. I often dream of deceased loved ones and friends and stuff like that. Sometimes I even see my friend's husband who has passed. He has told me to warn my friend that something evil was watching her and wanted her. He said his son was buying a truck and to tell him to watch out for his mother as well. He said he had been trying to keep her safe, but this evil thing was stronger than he was. He told me it required a lot of energy to talk to me and did not have much time to talk. I reached out to my friend and she said, in fact, in the past 2 days her son was apparently going to buy a truck. She had also said she was having a lot of awful things happen to her, including a wolf showing up and being aggressive towards her. My friend has since moved farther away from that haunted hill. One day, I swear, I saw her husband as I was on a walk. He was just standing there with his arms crossed and a big smile on his face. He gave me a wave and a nod. Anyways, these are just a few ghost stories from my small town I have for you. I do have plenty more strange things that have happened to me, but I'll share that for another time. This story took place when I was a kid. My dad has been a pool man for many years. One of his oldest customers decided to purchase a ranch. I do not exactly remember where. He asked my dad if he could come fix their pool, which was disastrously maintained before he bought it. He gave my dad permission to bring us along and told us we were welcome to stay a few days to enjoy the ranch. We drove there and I had overseen reading the MapQuest instructions because I never seemed to be able to sleep during car trips. We drove back a few days later after my dad was finally able to save the pool. The drive home was awfully long. For long stretches, the view was mostly desert, farms, and the occasional small suburban town. Unlike me, my mom and brothers knocked out almost immediately, so most of the trip was just me and my dad talking or listening to music. I am also a very avid reader, so I had my book on my lap besides the maps. I remember the ride had been quiet for a while, because I had been reading. I had to stop because it was getting dark, and my dad only let me turn the dome lights to read the maps. No radio service and the Game Boy batteries had all died. All I had left to do was look outside. Suddenly, I spotted a very tall shadow on a roof. I realized there was a man who seemed to be wearing a hat, a bowler hat, or maybe a top hat style, and dancing and jumping from roof to roof of this suburban lot. Kind of like that scene from Singing in the Rain, which at that point I had never seen. It took a second to realize that it was not a normal thing to see. The houses were situated in such a way where they were way too far away for people to jump roof to roof. What scared me the most is how at the last house before a field, he seemed to turn around and sense me. He bowed and tipped his hat. Even though I could not see it, I could sense it smiling. All I felt was dread in my stomach. I turned to face my dad to see if he saw it, but he had been paying attention to the road like he should have been. When I turned back, I could not see the houses anymore. They were too far behind us. I never saw a face or any details. He was just a silhouette on the roofs. I remember feeling very afraid that it would follow us, that it could if it wanted to. I never saw something like that in our many trips ever again. Sometimes, I wondered if I imagined it. It just felt so real. The memory is so vivid as well, which always keeps me coming back to this. I am watching old musicals because the dancing reminds me of the way he moved. My name is Bree. I am a 21-year-old female and I live in a small town in northern Ontario. The stories I'm going to share all took place in a house my family and I lived in until I was 13 years old. None of these stories are in chronological order, due to how young I was when they took place. The first story I will share was with my younger sister Mac, who was 2 years younger than me, and at the time I was about 6 years old. We were playing outside one summer day. The wind was blowing particularly hard, and our mother was watching us from inside the house. To give a visual of the layout of our home and yard, our house was known as the backward house, since it was built backward. So, our mother was able to watch us while doing dishes in the kitchen. There was also a massive hedge separating our house from the neighbor next to us, and there was a considerable distance between the hedge and our home. My sister and I were not playing any games, just running around and having fun as kids do. Suddenly, out of nowhere, I and my sister froze like statues. We both looked at each other and simultaneously looked at the space between our home and the hedge. To our surprise, there was a woman there. She was wearing a beautiful long green flowing dress and had equally beautiful, long, wavy red hair and was very fair. She seemed to float rather than walk and seemed fixed on where she was going. As quickly as we noticed her, she vanished into the basement wall of our home. My sister and I then took a look at each other, and honestly, we both looked incredibly puzzled. I did not want to say anything to her at first, because my sister was known to copy me, and I did not want her to say she saw something just because I had. After a few seconds of silence, my sister with tears in her eyes said, "Did you see that?" All I could muster out was, "Uh-huh." We then ran to our mom sobbing that some old lady had just floated into our home. My mom, not wanting to scare us, said, "Maybe it's your guardian angel, stopping by to make sure you're okay." That seemed to ease our nerves a bit, and we were soon back to playing around like nothing had ever happened. As I got older, the experiences in that home seemed to become more sinister. My bedroom had been moved into the basement, and I remember regularly seeing a dark shadow crouch in the corner of my bedroom at night. I had nightmares every other night and had a constant feeling of being watched all throughout the house. My mother would later admit to me, once we moved out, that she was even afraid to walk around the house at night and fears something being around the corner. Another story I remember vividly involves my brother, who was 7 years younger than me. My brother Gio at the time was about 2 years old. We were sleeping together. It was extremely late at night, and for some reason, I just could not fall asleep. To this day, I do not know if he woke up or said this in his sleep, but out of nowhere he says, Bree, do you see it?" "See what?" I reply. "The eyes," he whispered. "What eyes?" I asked, to which he points behind the door. Obviously, at this point I'm crapping my pants. I tried getting him to repeat what he said, but there was no reply. I quickly picked him up and brought him into the living room with me, where we both slept on the couch. I have many other stories about this house, but I will end it on this one. I remember somehow I built up the courage to play downstairs by myself with my littlest pet shops. I was in my toy room that was attached to the laundry room in my dad's workshop. I had set up all my things in a little circle to make a town, and I was sitting in the middle of it. At the point this had happened, I was sitting facing the houses that were up against the wall. The light in the room I was playing in was placed above and behind me, so if someone walks in the room, a shadow would be cast on the wall I was facing. So as I was playing, I had an overwhelming urge to look up. When I did, I witnessed a shadow move from the right of me to the left of me, heading out the door into the rec room. My first thought was, well, maybe my dad was in his workshop and I didn't know. So I look up and out the door, and there is no one there. I look back down at my toys and realize my dad is a bigger guy, and I would have heard him walking, and I would have seen him in the time I saw the shadow looking out the door. I book it up the stairs and get the hell out of that basement. As I said, I have tons of more stories that I will submit in the future. Thank you for sharing my story, Swamp Dweller. And if anybody in the comments has had any similar experiences, definitely let me know. This story takes place the summer of 2001 in a small town outside of Rhode Island, where I am from. I'm a female, for reference, and I was about 20 years old that summer, in between my junior and senior years of college at the University of Rhode Island. I decided to stay on campus and take some classes so my senior year would be a little lighter and be a bit less stressful for me. So I rented out a cute little apartment with a few friends, and we loved it. Like I said, we were in a small town outside of the city. There were a lot of other college students around, and I enjoyed living so close to the beach in the summertime. My schedule was pretty open, so even though I was working and going to school part-time, I had a lot of time to myself and loved the freedom I had to do whatever I wanted. I have always been into fitness and exercise, and one of my favorite things to do that summer was take my rollerblades to the local bike path and listen to music on my earbuds while I glided down the long straight path. Every day, I would drive to the bike path and park my car at the park close by the path and rollerblade the mile-long path until it ended. Another park would begin actually right after this one ended. At that second park, I would sometimes rest on one of the benches and take a little break and drink some water before turning back and going back down that same path again and ending up at the original park where my car was. It's about a 2-mile go, and I did this about every day. It was fun and great exercise, right up until this incident I'm about to chronicle for you. On this particular morning, I slept in and was running a little bit late, getting ready for my daily workout. I could not find my earbuds anywhere. They were not where I normally left them on my kitchen counter, and after spending some time looking for them around the apartment without any luck, I just said screw it and decided to exercise without them. I get to the park and put my rollerblades on and start my first mile. It was a beautiful July morning, and I was enjoying myself when suddenly, unexplainably about halfway through the mile, something felt very wrong. There was just this gut feeling that something was off. The temperature was in the 80s, but I had goosebumps all up and down my arms and legs. The hair on the back of my neck was standing up, and I had an intense sinking feeling of dread. I've always had a very strong intuition. I trust it with my life. I felt this feeling before in the past, and it has always served as a warning. But I kept on skating, becoming very aware of my surroundings as I did so. Fight or flight was kicking in, and I didn't even understand why. That was until I saw him. There was a man up ahead on the trail, off the side of the path. The first thing I realized was that he was taking steps backward off the path. He was trying to hide from me in a tree, but I could still see his face from a good distance away watching me, like a dead-eyed predator. He stood there with his hands in his front pockets, not moving at all. As I skated closer to him, the dread in my stomach grew. I noticed he was not wearing workout clothes. He had an oversized hoodie, jeans, and work boots, nothing you would wear if you were expecting to exercise. Now, I had to quickly make a choice. Do I stop and turn around and go the way I came from, possibly endangering my life by losing the speed and momentum I had gained? Or do I keep skating past him and hope he doesn't rush me from the side, pushing me off the path? The fear I felt turned quickly to rage. Quick backstory on me. I am no stranger to violence and assault from men in my past. I thought, why should I live my life afraid? Why should I cater to these men who think they can just take what they want from me? Do they think I'm just going to keep taking it? I felt my hands ball up into fist, my jaw jut out in defiance, and I decided I was standing my ground. Something told me that as I passed him that I needed to remember everything about what he looked like. I noted his dark eyes and beard. I noted his plain blue baseball cap, his hoodie, his jeans and construction boots. I could tell you my nostrils were flared and my eyes were flashing anger, and I glared at him with an intensity that said, I see you there, and I'm ready to fight you if need be. We maintained eye contact for what felt like a long time, but could not have been more than just a few seconds. Then he actually broke eye contact, looked away from me, and I knew he had changed his mind at this point about whatever he was considering doing to me, but I was still not safe yet. I flew as fast as I could to the second park and got off the bike path. Now, I was in a tough position. My car was a mile away, as was my shoes and cell phone. I could not go back down that path again and risk passing him a second time. He might have moved. He might have been hiding in a better place waiting for me, knowing I would need to go down that path to get to my car again. So I took off my rollerblades and made my way over to the road that ran parallel to the path and walked the mile back to my car in my socks, carrying my skates. It probably looked a bit strange to the drivers that went by, and the walk seemed to take forever. Once I saw my car, I ran to it as fast as I could and locked myself in. I never went back there to rollerblade ever again. Unfortunately, the story doesn't just end there though. After this incident, I went on with the rest of my day. I went to class, I made lunch at my apartment, I got ready for work, and went to my closing shift where I work as a waitress. I returned to my apartment complex at around 10 p.m. to find my neighbor yelling excitedly on his cell phone in the parking lot, pacing and smoking a cigarette as he talked. He and his girlfriend lived upstairs from me. I didn't know them well, but they were friendly enough. She studied nursing and he was a business major. We had all hung out shortly after move-in day, drinking beers and smoking joints on their balcony, and I thought they were both pretty nice people. I parked my car and started walking towards the building just as he was hanging up from his cell phone. I nodded politely towards him, and he offered a friendly greeting, something like, "Hey, how's it going?" Seeing his face closer now under the lights, I could tell he had been crying. He told me his girlfriend was in the hospital. She had been attacked and violated by a strange man, and was recovering from some various injuries. Most seriously, a head injury from smacking her head on the concrete. As he described to me what happened, I felt tears rising in my own eyes, and it felt like I had been punched in the stomach. What I said to him next made his jaw drop. I said, "Did that happen on the bike path?" He incredulously said yes, and demanded to know how I knew that. I told him I knew who did it, and I explained what happened to me that morning. He immediately asked if I could talk to the police and give a description of the man. Because of the little voice in my head that told me I needed to remember everything about his appearance, I was able to give a full detailed description of this man to the police. For months after this incident, I checked the news to see if he was ever caught, but I never heard that he was. The girl he attacked did make a full recovery, and shortly after returning from the hospital, she and her parents showed up in a moving van and packed up all her things in her apartment. I never saw her again. For a long time after that, I felt a lot of guilt about what happened to her. I felt that somehow her fate was meant for me, but I skirted it and left it for someone else to suffer through. What did I do to ward off this attack? What did I do that she didn't? The last and most chilling piece of this story, though? The earbuds that I lost the morning of this incident. The ones I looked all over my apartment for and that I had decided to forego using that day because I didn't have the time to look. I found them the next day on the kitchen counter, exactly where they were supposed to be. I know for a fact they weren't there when I looked, and I cannot explain why they disappeared that morning. I know my roommate didn't take them. I can only suppose that my awareness of the situation was the thing that saved me in the end, and some higher power was looking out for me that day. Thanks for listening to these creepy and allegedly true deep woods and outdoors horror stories. If you enjoyed these stories, please be sure to hit that like button as it helps this video grow a ton in the algorithm. If you're new to the channel, why not join us? Be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications as I upload brand new videos almost every single day on all things natural and supernatural. If you have a story that you would like to share in a future episode, be sure to send it in at swampdweller.net or at r/thedarkswamp on Reddit. I'd be honored to see your story and share it with everyone here in the swamp. If you're a fan of wilderness crime, missing 411 disappearances, and strange park ranger stories from all across the world, well, the Swamp Dweller channel is the place to be. Almost every single day I upload brand new episodes looking into the strangest and unknown crimes you've never heard of from your favorite state parks from all across the globe. Subscribe today and join the Swamp Dweller Nation. Hey everyone, tonight we're back with another tragic murder mystery from the woods. This one has it all: death, violence, and corruption. So you know, viewer discretion is advised. We'll be discussing a triple homicide from 1960 where the suspected killer was ultimately cleared of all charges after many years of declaring his innocence. There's police corruption, the mishandling of evidence, conspiracy theories, and a few puzzling inconsistencies. Where did all of this occur, you ask? Well, that would be the Starved Rock State Park. It's located along the Illinois River in LaSalle County and is considered one of the state's most beautiful locations. This vast stretch of land covers over 2,300 acres and it became an official state park in 1911. Its popular attractions feature waterfalls, 13 miles of trails, and 18 canyons with walls made of moss-covered St. Peter sandstone formed by glacial meltwater. According to the park's website, humans have inhabited the area since way back to 8,000 BC, and its name is derived from a Native American legend of injustice and retribution. Chief Pontiac of the Ottawa tribe was slain by a rival tribe's warrior while attending a council meeting. Multiple battles followed and other tribes became involved. The Potawatomi were allies of the Ottawa, and during one particular battle, they found themselves seeking refuge atop the 120-foot sandstone butte we now call Starved Rock. We call it that because the Potawatomi were instantly surrounded. They remained trapped until each succumbed to a slow, painful death from starvation. But enough about that. Let's get into this story that's been 60 years in the making. First, a little bit about our victims. Frances Murphy, Mildred Lindquist, and Lillian Uting, the three women, were close friends, all married to successful Chicago businessmen and heavily involved in their local Presbyterian church. They supported one another through life's hardships, such as when Lillian was nursing her husband back to health after a heart attack. Though entering their later years, they were all physically fit and healthy for their ages. It was in March of 1960 when they decided to take a 3-day girls' trip to Starved Rock State Park. But sadly, it was a trip they would never return from. They booked 2 hotel rooms upon arrival, dropped off their luggage, and went to the dining room for lunch. They were noticeably in good spirits and expressed to the staff how happy they were with the accommodations, all the while completely unaware of the devastating blow soon to come, or the lasting effects it would have on their community. Deciding the snow was light enough to be easily traversed, the 3 ladies set out for a quick hike towards St. Louis Canyon with cameras in hand. They wound their way through ravines and 20-foot drops while traveling through the slippery, narrow canyon trail until it finally arrived at the end, which was marked by an 80-foot wall on 3 sides. This area is only 1 mile away from their accommodations, but it was days later before searchers finally reached their remains. The first sign of something gravely amiss was when Lillian Uting failed to call her husband as planned. George Uting tried to contact his wife at the lodge only to be told that she was unavailable, and utterly unaware of Lillian's actual situation, he simply went to sleep. The following morning was a Tuesday and he tried again, only to be told she was busy. Again, no alarm bells were rung, and a message was left on Lillian's door, the exact wording of which is unknown. George called the other husbands to update them on the situation, but he didn't yet see the reason to call authorities. On Wednesday, he tried again, this time pushing for the employee to check the women's room, and sure enough, there was not a single sign of them. Their beds were unmade, and their luggage was still there. Clearly a distressing sign. By this point, the women had been missing for over 40 hours, and due to police continuously brushing aside concerns from the worried husbands, 8 more hours would pass before the search would actually begin. Tragically, the search party would quickly discover the bodies of all 3 women lying side by side in St. Louis Canyon. 2 had their wrist bound with twine and their bruised legs spread. The binoculars were broken, the camera was dented, and 4 inches of snow had obliterated any tracks that may have been left behind. The only other clue seemed to be a bloodied yard-long log left nearby. The weather had considerably worsened as additional snow and ice covered the already narrow trails, making gathering evidence all the more difficult. 6 inches of snow coated the ground where the remains lay, and to reach them, authorities were forced to bring in heavy tanks of liquid petroleum gas to burn away the top layer of snow, very slowly. Though there was a risk of damaging vital evidence, it was a risk they deemed worth taking. Sources vary on what was found there, but among the evidence found beneath the snow was a piece of tinfoil and bloodstains. Though, don't forget, this was 1960, so that means much less than it would today. The twine used on the 2 victims was the same as the one found in the lodge's kitchen, and Frances was the only one with additional binds around her ankles. There are differing accounts of how many were assaulted, but these 2 also had clothing left askew to indicate the worst. Lillian and Mildred had removed their underwear and pants, while all 3 women's clothing was damaged, and their coats were placed between their legs. While the evidence was collected at the scene, other investigators began checking up on the known sex offenders in the area, though it didn't take them very far. It would be months before an arrest was made. After pathologists had state crime lab officials carefully removed the bodies, the autopsies occurred at the Hulse Funeral Home in Ottawa. Each was covered in blood. Their skulls were smashed and their faces were considerably bruised. The bloody tree stump was the suspected murder weapon, as the fatal injuries were made through blunt force trauma to the head. 8 pieces of evidence were found, and we'll be discussing those a little bit more. For now, just know the many images on Mrs. Murphy's camera were processed, but there was no sign of their murderer. Just 3 lovely women enjoying a seemingly wonderful vacation. The motive behind the brutal attack was unclear. Robbery was thought to be a possibility, however, it was disregarded when the women's valuables were discovered with the bodies. On the surface, Chester Weger seems like a perfect criminal to connect with in this case. At the time of the murders, he was 21 years old with a wife and 2 kids. Plus, he had a bad boy image straight out of the 1950s. Though he worked as a dishwasher at the Starred Rock Lodge for a time, some sources have differing accounts as to whether he was still employed there at the time of the murders, or if he was currently working in the family business, painting with his father. What drew attention to him were the 2 prior incidents in which he was suspected of sexual assault. The first instance occurred when Weger was 12, and the victim was an 8-year-old girl. The second incident happened the previous year in 1959. In this latter case, not only was he later identified by the victim and her boyfriend, the crime occurred remarkably close to the site of our current murders. When questioning the suspect's colleagues, police learned Weger came to work with a fresh scratch mark on his face. The source of the scratches were unknown, but Weger insisted they were from shaving. As for his whereabouts at the time of the murders, he claimed to be writing letters in his basement, an impossible alibi to confirm, but also a contradiction to his last story. It would also seem he failed the polygraph, but let's keep in mind that those aren't foolproof. While these do sound like legitimate causes for suspicion, we must remember the authorities were under considerable pressure to find the killer. This was a very high-profile case at the time. Not only were 3 prominent women brutally murdered, the town was terrified. When things like this happen in smaller communities, it affects everyone. Even the economy suffers. With all of these factors in place, combined with the era, Miranda warnings weren't even a thing yet, there's room for consideration. Is Weger a cold-blooded killer, or the victim of a corrupt police force eager to solve a crime? Well, it should be known that he always maintained his innocence. He maintained it for weeks before enduring an interrogation that lasted for over 24 hours. Throughout his extended period of questioning, Weger was supposedly threatened with an electric chair, a gun, and of course, this, in addition to his claims of being beaten during his initial arrest, didn't help him at all. Still, after his life felt threatened, he signed a confession, claiming responsibility for the deaths of the 3 women in the robbery gone wrong. Then, almost immediately after after he formally recanted the confession. Unfortunately, we can't see the interrogation for ourselves to know the truth. It seems all we'll ever really have is hearsay, so we better hear it all. Some sources also mention this confession involved Weger taking police to the crime scene and reenacting the murders. Did the officers also force him to write that he saw a red and white plane fly overhead after killing the women? Because flight records did indicate this to be a true statement. It's also true that Weger's jacket had human blood splatter on it. Further, if you recall his original alibi, there were no witnesses to corroborate him being in his home in the basement. Perhaps that's why his story changed repeatedly. The only detail to remain constant was his innocence. Eventually, he produced a more substantial alibi. He claimed to be getting a haircut at the time of the murders, which others did attest to. While these discrepancies seem incredibly convenient, we should also remember this was several years after the actual events occurred and memories are fragile. Regardless of these loose ends, Weger's claims of innocence fell on deaf ears, and he was still convicted, not just for the deaths of Mildred Lindquist or Francis Murphy. On March 3, 1961, Chester Weger was found guilty for the murder of Lillian Wu Ting, and he was sentenced to life in prison a month later on April 3rd, thanks to one lone juror. Weger was also spared the death penalty despite the popular opinion thinking that he should get it. This left many upset that he would eventually be eligible for parole. Meanwhile, he served his time at the Illinois State Penitentiary and Pinckneyville Correctional Center as one of their longest-serving inmates in history. Over the course of his sentence, he was ultimately denied parole more than 20 times before it was finally granted in November 2019. It wasn't denied due to poor behavior or anything like that, but because he refused to show remorse and maintained his innocence for the duration of his sentence. When the Illinois Prisoner Review Board granted Weger's parole with a 9-4 vote, his family cried tears of relief. Those who voted for his relief noted Weger's age, fragile health, lengthy incarceration, and lack of disciplinary action during his sentence. After the decision was announced, one of the victim's granddaughters crossed the crowded Springfield board office with tears. She embraced Weger's younger sister, Mary Pruitt, stating she always believed in her brother's innocence. Contrastly, Diane Wu Ting, the granddaughter of Lillian, also present that day, and she urged the board to keep Weger incarcerated but was not without sympathy for the man's family. Believe it or not, the two families spent much time together throughout the legal process and became somewhat of friends. At the hearing, Diane said, "While we may not agree with the decision, we certainly respect it." Per the Attorney General's request, Weger was held for an additional 90 days after being granted parole. This was to provide time for an evaluation under the state's sexually violent persons law. This allows for civil commitment if a person is deemed too dangerous to be set free. But in Weger's instance, they did not believe that to be the case, and he was released in February 2020. He was then sent to St. Leonard's House in Chicago, a facility where elderly former inmates can receive help becoming reaccustomed to life outside. Almost immediately upon his release, Weger was placed on a speakerphone with the press, where he was quoted as saying, "I'm happy. I'm happy just to get out, you know? Tell everybody that I said thank you." In a recent Rolling Stones article, a now 83-year-old Weger is quoted as saying, "I'm innocent. I was innocent. I want to be vacated." He stayed with his sister and her husband in LaSalle, Illinois. Only one juror was still living at the time of his release, a 95-year-old who feared being named. She firmly believed Weger was guilty and may seek revenge on her. Though she has passed away since, sometime in 2016, the lone juror who refused to vote for the death penalty openly admitted to regretting her verdict of guilty. Now, if Weger's proclamations of innocence were all we had to go on, we wouldn't be putting much consideration into this theory. But there are actually some legitimate concerns to discuss. Do you remember those 8 pieces of evidence I mentioned? Andy Hale, Weger's attorney, requested they be re-examined with modern technology. According to a 2022 Rolling Stones article, the defense team first tried this in 2004 but withdrew their motion upon learning evidence had been stored improperly and potentially was corrupted. In 2007, they petitioned the governor for clemency, but you won't be surprised to hear that it was denied. It was only recently they decided to try again. Though initially denied at first, the team's second attempt was approved and the results were tremendous. Despite prosecutors having previously described the evidence as a complete mess, Hale was surprised to find everything properly stored and neatly labeled. Unfortunately, only one item was actually able to be tested for reliable results, but it was still a massive break in the case. The hair found on one of the women's gloves was from a male, and it was not Wager. Hale hopes this will be enough to make his case directly to the state's attorney and receive permission to compare the new DNA analysis to the CODIS database. If a new match could be found, this case may have a different resolution shortly. By now, you may be wondering who else could or would be able to subdue and murder these three healthy women. And that's where this case gets even trickier. Now, we're going to dive into some alternative theories. It is admittedly a little difficult to believe that one man, while apparently on his lunch break, assaulted and murdered three women, dragged their bodies away, and cleaned himself up in well enough time to return to work with no more than a few scratches on his face. At the very least, one would expect him to have some sort of help. Pending our source, it was either 1982 or 1983 when an elderly woman made a deathbed confession to Chicago Police Sergeant Mark Gibson, stating she and her friends were responsible for the three women's deaths. In 2006, he described the confession in an affidavit. The elderly woman had been at the park with her friends when things got out of hand. She could say people were murdered and the victims' bodies were dragged, but that's as far as she got. The interview came to a sudden halt when the suspect's daughters intervened, saying their mother had lost her mind. There was no mention of further investigation into her claims, and this theory quickly went cold. Three other men were suspects at some point. Two were reportedly overheard referring to the murders on the phone, and the third was allegedly seen throwing a pair of bloodied overalls. Lastly, and my favorite, even if there isn't any evidence to support the claim, there is a theory that these murders were tied to the mafia. These women were the wives of wealthy Chicago businessmen, after all. Who knows what their husbands may have really been into? I know it's a little out there, but hey, it's the cases where you have to consider every possibility, you know? The media sensationalized this case and changed the town's culture. It went from being a kind place where everybody left their doors unlocked to the type of place where everyone ensured their windows were locked at all times, their sense of security was tarnished, and nobody felt safe. Headlines included shocking titles such as Triple Killer Tells All and Starved Rock Confession. The once peaceful park was suddenly referred to as the Canyon of Death, and people went to great lengths just to avoid the area. The lodge went from regularly booking rooms to barely being filled, and the community was split as to whether Wager was innocent or guilty. HBO even made a docuseries about the case called The Murders of Starved Rock, which ends on a note of mystery just before the DNA results were returned. With so much recent activity in the case, perhaps they're waiting for enough material to have a second season. And there we have it, the Starved Rock State Park Murders. So, what do you think? Is Chester Wager an innocent man who finally gained his freedom, or a sadistic killer? Do you believe his confession was purely motivated by a corrupt police force? Is there any theory you believe in more than the others? Let me know in the comments, but don't forget to do all that stuff on those buttons, and definitely, don't forget to subscribe if you're new, alright? Because I have eyes everywhere. Shrek's eyes. Thanks for listening to this episode. If you enjoyed it, you know what to do. I upload videos almost every single day on all things natural and supernatural. If you have a case suggestion, be sure to send it in at swampdweller.net or comment it in the comments down below. I'd love to see what you guys have on your mind. Let me know your thoughts on this case, and I'll see you soon with another creepy episode.
There's a bunch of methods